Hello. All right, who's in here? That's weird. Three watching. Now, I didn't end up with three lurkers, did I? Good morning. Five people. Come on, somebody's got to say hello. There we go. Only one. I thought you were lurking. Nice to see you, Michael. Long time no talk. Or chat. Dear Canberra. How you doing? So give it just a minute here, guys, and I'll get us get something going here. Sent you an invite, Michael, in your email. Hector, how you doing, Hector? Doing pretty good. Andrew, hey Andrew. Nice to see you on here. Hope things are going good for you. Or for your partner, friend. Sorry to hear. Hector, let's see here. Take me just 1 second here to get situated. Mike Badger. Hey Mike, how you doing? Not a very good Morgan, but the only one I had close enough to throw up. The back is a little better. I'm doing pretty good. I've been doing a lot of talking last couple of days. It's got my throat a little bit rough, but I think I can chat for a little while. See how it goes. Of course, now I remember one of the things I was supposed to do before I started the stream was get myself something to drink, but you know, we'll deal with that when it comes. Important. Yeah, Michael Kittle's his website and channel is a great place to go. Got some amazing stuff. Yeah, I don't know how you guys do it on the phone. I don't think I could do the streaming stuff on the phone. I watch my daughters type so fast on their little phones, and it's like, yeah, that doesn't work for me. I'm a one finger striker kind of guy. Even my little grandkids put me to shame, but Michael,
Hey there, how you doing?
long time no talk to.
I gotta mute my YouTube here. Sorry about that.
No worries.
No, sorry, it took me a minute. I'd never done StreamYards. I got a new computer here, as I already told you, and had to set everything up and figure out how to do it. And it wasn't letting me access anything because I still had StreamYards open from before, and I guess that blocks the access to all the cameras. So
Yeah,
anyway, I got it figured out. So hope everybody's doing well there, and I'm sure I missed people saying stuff in chat while I was trying to figure that out. But Beer Can Burr was saying was watching Kittles Recoin. Well, thank you for that. Appreciate that.
well, it's going to be a neat auction. For those that you don't know, Michael's having an auction on Saturday. I guess that's today. Oh no, tomorrow.
Oh yeah, better not be today.
I lost today. Well, I normally don't get my oldest grandson on Thursdays, and he was sick, so I ended up having him today. Normally, I have him on Fridays, so it totally messed up my days. Been thinking it was Friday all day yesterday.
No problem.
It's gonna be a pretty neat auction. Got some neat stuff.
Yeah, I was digging through a bunch of stuff that I had and then I got some of the stuff I got recently just from the local coin shops and tried to come up with some fun stuff that I thought people might be interested in.
Yeah. Well, feel free to post any information you want. Oh,
I just did.
you know, I did not. You're quick.
No problem. So, what do you got planned to show off, talk about this evening or this morning? I guess it's almost 1 a.m.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I was gonna do nickels, but this camera doesn't do that good for the nickels. Let me pull up a few and see how they show up. So I showed a bunch of my coins the other day and went through my piece and my Morgans and the ones that I have easily accessible, but this camera messes up with some of the airtights on the really lustrous coins. There we go.
That looks pretty nice.
Yeah, it's kind of a neat one. This is a really extreme clash that I have.
Okay. It's got all the detail there. It looks like a solid mint state.
Yeah, if you look where the E is in Diamond 1, you see the nose and the lips.
Oh, yeah, the whole face.
Yeah, it's a real
down to the neck and the bottom of the neck, all the way back up the other side, too.
Yep, even the back of the head's there. It's pretty cool. Real strong.
Yeah, that's when you're usually going to see some nice clashes on the smaller, thin coins, mostly, like a dime or a 3-cent pieces almost always have. It's hard to find one that's not clash. Just any little thin coin like that. That's where you're going to see them mostly.
I'll be darned. You know, I don't think I've had that high a grade of Trime, so that's interesting. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, it's almost, I mean, people like when you have a real nice one or stuff or mint state ones, it's like you always see auction descriptions or sellers pointing out, oh, and look, it has some cool clash marks and stuff, but almost all of them do. It seems like it's really hard to find them without, just because they're so thin and tiny that the dies often smack up against each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it is. I've had customers that have been looking for high grade examples of certain dates without clashing, and it's tough. So, a nice nickel.
Yeah, I always try to do I've got the type 1 and 2 13s that are just fun to have side by side.
No doubt.
Let's see here. There we go. That's much better.
Couple of nice ones there too.
Yeah, some pretty high luster ones. Pretty neat. Unfortunately, the one on the mound, if you look close, you can see some of the lines next to the edge, right below the nose of the buffalo.
Something
Yeah,
there.
those are staple marks from them actually missing the cardboard and stapling
Oh.
into the coin on those stupid 2x2s, the cardboards.
So that wasn't even a bad staple. It was just bad aim.
Yeah, and they did it all the way around, not just in one spot. So they must have been blind. You know, the stapler must have been in the way when they.
Yeah, usually if you get staple scratches, it's because people just use the wrong kind of staples, not the flat ones, or something like that. But yeah, not because they staple right in the coin. Yikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the Buffalo nickels.
Oh, yeah, I didn't for a long time, but I only had low grade ones. And once I started getting the BU ones, oh man, they're beautiful.
Oh yeah, I mean, people get out the ones if you ever find one and roll searching and try to like fall in love with it from that, and it's tough. But alternatively, you get a real nice one, and they're a little easier to love.
Oh, nice. Look at that luster. Wow. That's really cool.
Yeah, 38Ds are easy to find in nice shape. There's a bunch of them out there.
What's the average price for that grade? Well, for the 67s.
67s you can get for $150 or so. 67 pluses, then they get to be in like the $600 to $1,000 range.
That's nice. Man, that's a ton of luster. And it's funny because you just don't see the buffaloes with that kind of luster, so it's neat to see one.
Not too often, but
that's great.
Fun stuff for sure. Yeah, I wish I could do a full set like that.
Oh man, you imagine that'd be so awesome.
Except the problem is there's so many dates that you can't even get like MS65s with, because they just don't strike up very nice some of the dates, and there's just not that many out there.
Yeah.
It's like some of the earlier dates with some of the mint marks. And there's a guy at Long Beach was put together a whole set of really beautifully toned buffalo nickels in very high grade, and put it together for years and years and years. And I think he ended up trying to list it as a set one time. I think it was either $700,000 or $800,000 or something like that, just for.
Oh my gosh!
Because we're talking like the coins were graded like MS68 star NGC and MS67 pluses and 68 pluses and 67 plus stars, and all of them were like monster rainbow toned examples too, like all the key dates and the over dates, and they had everything. So
how cool! Yeah, that's really cool.
I go to that guy's website and see if it's still around. I think they sold it at auction though several years ago.
The one thing I miss about being able to travel out of town is being able to take in the shows or the clubs and stuff that are showing some of this stuff.
Yeah, I just went to their website. They sold the set in December 2016, so that's how much I pay attention. But they still have all the photos and information of it on their website. So
Oh, well, that's cool.
maybe I'll copy and paste a link.
Yeah, please do.
See if that works. There we go. That's kind of cool. Let's see. They're three-legger. It was only an MS-64, darn, but it had rainbow color. That's kind of cool.
Wow. That's crazy. I'd be pleased to say I have a three-legger.
Oh yeah, but the other day, like just the first one is at 1913 Type 1 in PCGS MS-68. I mean, that's kind of nice. Yeah, I can't remember what I want to say they were trying to sell the set for somewhere around $700,000 or $800,000 or something like that.
Wow.
Oh, they even have a link to view them all in a PDF file. That's kind of nice. Oh, it's like a poster. Okay, that's kind of cool. But yeah, they have that on display. It's the dealer's Angel D's. They're out of I think Virginia, either Maryland or Virginia. I can't remember. But yeah, they brought that to one of the ANA shows, I think. And
That'd be fun to see.
mm-hmm. Yeah, they have a lot of real nice. You'd like their inventory if you haven't seen that dealer before. He deals in a lot of high end Indian and Lincoln cents.
I'll definitely check it out.
Like you just go to his inventory. Like he's got a lot of matte proofs and things like that. And now he charges prices to go along with those high end ones too. But
I imagine.
like I just went right to his Lincoln cent page. The first one listens 1909S PCGS 67 red, $16,000.
Wow.
The second one's a 66 plus red, 6,000. What a deal. He's only got one 09 SVDB and it's a 66 red brown. So that's, yeah, he got real nice stuff.
Yeah, that's amazing.
A lot of stuff grades you don't even think should exist for some of these.
And that's my problem because, I get really thrilled with just like a 61, 62 on some of, the Shield or the Buffaloes and that kind of stuff. And a lot of us forget about what's at that other end of the MS spectrum.
Oh, no doubt.
And
I like going through and looking at his stuff though, because there's like certain ones I don't even realize are that tough. Like I just think, like I'm just looking right now, 1954 wheat cent. He's got a 66 plus red here for $800, which that seems high for a 66 plus to me. But he's got a 67 red for $25,000 for a 54 Philadelphia wheat cent. But because it's only a pop 7, which I would have thought there'd be a lot more than just 7 of those. I didn't realize it was that tough. Because there's other dates you can find rolls and rolls full of 67 reds out there.
Yep.
It's one of the tough. He's got a bunch of MS-68 red wheat cents on his site too. You'd like looking at those.
Yeah, I was lucky to find a couple in my stuff. I know I have some more, but I don't normally go through those late 70s and 80s sets, but I need to start. At least get them in holders. Because the zinc, the 70 ones are fine, but the later 80 ones are zinc, and zinc it doesn't hold up very well.
Nah, if you it seems like there's a ticking clock on a lot of that stuff, or an expiration date where you got to start getting that stuff in the holders.
Yep.
Or some kind, or like not necessarily a PCGS holder, like I'm saying, but something like that, even like that capsule you're in, you just got to get them on their own and isolate them. Because I'm sure once you've seen not just the sets, but if you have rolls or bags or whatever, if one starts going bad, it seems like they're contagious. It seems to affect all of them at some point. It spreads.
Yeah. It definitely does.
I don't know. I don't begin to understand or pretend like I know all the chemistry involved, but it seems like you're not just going to have one bad coin in the bag. It's going to be pretty much all of them at some point. Pretty crazy.
Well, maybe I should take a minute. I pulled out my microscope. Maybe I should take a minute and see if I got that running.
Beer Can Burrs asking, why did toned Buffaloes or Morgans get so much attention, but Lincolns no love? Well, it goes to what toned coin collectors like. Now, I wouldn't say toned Lincolns don't get any love, but usually when people collect copper, they want real high-grade red, original looking copper. When you're collecting Morgan dollars or Buffalo nickels, like you said, the plain high-grade original looking blast white lustrous ones are pretty nice. Like the Buffalo nickel, it's nice, but it's kind of boring. When you have a nice bright red Lincoln cent, though, that's color, and collectors like that. But there are definitely some collectors that love toned Lincoln cents. If you go to the PCGS set registries, there's a few collectors that got PCGS to change how they do their registry sets. If you don't know what registry sets are, it's basically you log in the certification numbers of your graded coins, and you can compete against other people for points. So a coin grading 65 red is worth more points than 65 red brown, typically. But there's collectors that like the toned Lincolns so much, and usually the toned ones aren't graded red. They're graded red, brown, or brown, but they have tons of color. They actually got PCGS to come out with what they call colorless sets years ago, to where you don't get extra points for red coins, just so they could better compete with their toned coins. And there's some amazing sets, especially if you look at some of the matte-proof Lincolns from 1909 to 1916. Some of those coins in the red-brown colors are just full of color and amazing. But the number of collectors that do collect the toned copper are much, much lower than the ones that go for those amazing toned Morgan dollars specifically. And the Morgan dollars, the toned ones, have a history, and that's part of it too. The toned Lincoln cents don't really have a history. It just happens to be, that's what happened to them based on how they were stored. And I mean, I guess the same thing with Morgans, but Morgans, there's so many nice toned ones because of the way they were stored in the mint bags for decades and decades in vaults, not being used. And then they were found in the 60s by the U.S. government. And later, the ones that were have that the bag toning from those, just there's a lot of popularity on those because of the original and the originality of that color and the story. But toning's a fad too. Toning hasn't always been popular. A lot of those coins in the 70s and 80s that came out of those bags, those toned Morgans, dealers at the time dipped that color right off. They put it in jewelry cleaner and cleaned that color right off, because at the time, remember, if we were talking silverware or any other piece of silver, you'd look at that color and it'd be called tarnish, and you'd polish it right off. But coins, collectors now see that as originality and love it, but that's not always been the case. Collectors at that time saw that as, not a mint state coin or not an original coin, so they would clean it off. But luckily, not all collectors viewed it that way, so there's some survivors. But there are so many beautiful toned coins that we'll never know about because they've been destroyed. Even some of the high-grade ones. You can read back into some auction catalogs for some of the higher-grade key dates, and they describe them as wonderfully or, naturally toned or color. They have different words for them back in the, I'm talking catalogs back from the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. But then you see that coin today, and it doesn't look anything like it because some dealer in the 70s or 80s tried to improve it and clean off all that color, and it's just unfortunate.
Yep. Yeah, you imagine what we would have today if all the club books and manuals and stuff back in the turn of the century didn't tell them to clean it. Because somebody said to clean, that's what you did. You cleaned them.
Yeah.
So, of course, they were doing it more properly, but even still, how many times can you clean something before it starts affecting the coin?
Yeah, Andrew says toning, woodies are fads too. Yeah, it goes through different popularity. Like sometimes people really like the wood grain toned Lincolns and Indian cents, and even large cents have that too. And And some people don't like it, and it's it grows and fades in popularity. But unfortunately, I mean, but both of those are natural, and if you really like natural coins, the way they are without being messed with, or the way they came from the mint, and just the way the environment's treated them over the years, then it shouldn't be a fad. You should like that all the time. But what becomes popular and isn't just there's always collectors that like the original stuff. It's just it's more what the dealers and the promoters out there try to sell to the average person that doesn't have that knowledge. He's a die crack guy. Yep. Nice.
And something to keep in mind, Andrew, with what you're saying, toning and woodies are all bad. It's funny because the woodies are actually a metal issue that causes them. But I've got other coins, silver coins and nickels, and nickels shouldn't count because they're mostly copper, but some of my quarters and my half dollars that have that same wood grained look to them. So I just call those ones wood grain toned.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen nickels that have a wood grain effect for sure.
Yeah, but they are 70.
But others just call it streaky toning. But there are some that actually do not nearly as much as you'd see like on a late 1800s, early 1900s Indian or Lincoln cent. But there's definitely some nickels out there. Liberty nickels, I see it on mostly, or even some shield nickels.
Good morning, Spiked Head Die Crack. Yeah, I got a bunch of the Spiked Head Die Cracks.
See, I think I even have one up on my website, a nice wood-grained Liberty nickel. If I can find it real quick, I'll share that. Let's see. But of course, now that I'm looking for it, I won't be able to find it, I'm sure.
And that's the way it works.
Pretty much.
I make trades with a lot of the coin collector group, and it's so funny because it's like they'll ask me about something. It's like, oh yeah, I've got that. It's like, okay, I definitely want it. Cool, I'll get it in the mail. About a week later, I'm like, I still haven't come across it. I've been looking hard.
Yeah, basically. Oh, it's one that's up on my site right now for sale. I guess it's not really wood grain, but it's close. I don't know. Let's see. I don't know how to do this now. Let me try we gotta go to StreamYards and share screen. Sharing is easiest for screen. Don't show these tips again. How about that? There we go.
Yeah, normally the only issue you have is if you've got too many tabs open because it doesn't know which one to use.
Oh, and I got two screens going, so it didn't know what screen I wanted to show you too. So that was it. That was different. Okay, there we go.
Oh, I see you. Just a second. There you go.
I'll bring that. So you got some streaky there. It's about as close to wood grain as I've had on a nickel, I think. But it's just like, like I said, it's a different mix between the copper and nickel. So this metal here, whatever that one is, toned or tarnished or rusted or did something in a little different, and I know it's not just something on the surface, because if it was just something like someone cleaned it wrong or left something on the surface, it would just be on one side. But you see it going this direction on this side, and then on the other side, as you'd expect, to be exactly the opposite. So it's definitely in the coin and in the metal.
Now those are 75% copper too, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I think it's the same nickel composition that we have today. I believe.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah.
So I always see my woody pennies, the blonde streak. So it's neat to see a nickel with a red streak.
Yeah, something different.
Yeah.
I'm sure not everybody loves it though, but I'll find that one collector, because I think I still got this coin available on my site. But yeah, I'll find that collector that likes that original and streaky look for sure. plan at least.
Okay, let me switch lights here.
Look at all them pretty coins. If you haven't been to my website, there it is.
Definitely check it out. It's a great website.
You want to see a nice buffalo nickel, though? Talking about buffalo nickels, this one was my favorite. Proof cameo.
Oh man.
Yeah,
There's
there's only like, I think PCGS, at least at the time I owned this, there was only like maybe 5 or 6 buffalo nickels they ever gave a cameo designation to, and I actually found that I was at lot viewing at a local auction, and I mean it was a coin auction, so there was a bunch of coins, but that was just happened to be in one of the boxes, and it was described in the catalog and everything, but they just didn't seem to make a big deal over the fact it was cameo. And I'm like, well, I know that's a pretty big deal. Same thing if you find a Mercury dime with cameo or a Walker. It's just the coins of that time. It's just really tough.
Yeah.
And yeah, I looked up what I thought it was worth, and I put a pretty big bid in, just not thinking I'd have any chance of winning at that price, just because. And I got it way cheaper than I thought I was gonna, and quickly sold it for a ton of money. But yeah, it was just a pretty coin. But fun stuff.
Look, man, just going out.
Hector's heading out, huh?
Hector's going out. I thought it was Andrew. Night, Hector. Glad you made it up here.
Well, we got a bunch of lurkers here that don't even hit the like button. I'm only seeing 3 likes unless mine's not updated. I mean, it's okay to be in here in a lurker and stuff, but
Thank goodness I don't get insulted.
nah, I know. Spiked Head Die Crack says I should come over to Twitter and share some specimens at Saturday Night Coin Show. You know what? I've been told by several people I should actually like get a Twitter account and maybe even Instagram and stuff, but I don't. I'm like, I guess I'm old. I just only have Facebook. I guess I have YouTube. I got YouTube as well.
Remember, I told you I have that one program that helps you build your channel and gives you all this extra information on YouTube.
Right.
Having those other Twitter and stuff, they really push it. They say,
yeah, I downloaded that the TubeBuddy thing, and I got that installed, and that helps with like putting some keywords. I don't pay the extra for it, but I just use like whatever it comes with, and there's a lot of cool stuff with that. But yeah, I see it tells you like, you know, have you shared this on Twitter? Have you liked it on Facebook and all that stuff?
yeah. And there's a lot of ways of cheating to be able to copy and see more of the keywords and
Oh, okay.
other information to be had too.
Very cool. Hey, Johnny Ray, how you doing? Good to see you.
Johnny Ray, nice to see you.
If you didn't see earlier, Johnny Ray, I did a quick video or live stream showing off some stuff I'm going to auction this weekend. I'm going to do an auction on Saturday. So if you check out that stream, there's a link in the description. It's the auction catalog. And if you can't make it to the auction, you can always send me an email if you're interested in any of those items. So
How many items?
You bid in the last one.
How many items you got?
I looked at it, and there's 83 different items, but that's kind of cheating a little bit. There's way more than that because for certain things, like I got these, rolls of BU wheat cents. Like I just list that once, but I really got 4 of them available if there's a lot of interest. And like for the peace dollars, I list it one time, but I really got 4 of those, and just stuff like that. So there's oh, thanks, Johnny Ray. Cool. Like I said, if you can't make it to the auction, and this goes for anybody, if there's a couple items that you'll be sad if you don't even get a chance to bid on, just send me an email with your bid, and I'll execute those bids on your behalf. And I already did get a few emails about that. The ones here in these rolls that are sealed that I can't even open. Is this one I can't? It fooled me because I can get my fingernail in there, but that ain't opening. It's on there. They're 1958 Denver. And I also got a couple rolls like this one here of 1958 Philadelphia that you can open. So this one does open up. And those are 58 plain. So the final year wheat cents. And all those rolls, they're going to start. The starting bid I think I put on those is $10 each. So hopefully somebody's interested in some of those.
Yeah, you showed some great stuff.
So, and from what I can tell, even though you can't get these rolls open, just looking, because you can usually see the end coin really well through the end of the roll, and I mean, the coin looks perfect. Almost. I mean, it's perfect because you can see through like old yellowed shrunken plastic it is, and of course that's the way it is on these, just because they know you can't get in and look at them without cutting the roll or getting pretty creative with your little engineering to get beyond the shrunken plastic. Yeah, they're awesome. I mean, all the edges are full bright red. Now, these tubes that I have that are opened of the other ones, there's still a lot of nice coins in there. I didn't really search through them or look, but the quality is just, it's not as good as the ones that are in these sealed shrunken. You can see some of the edges are brown, and, you know, the coins are still red in there, but there's more air getting to them. And over the last however many decades that they've been in these rolls, they're just not, I mean, these are just like brand new. Someone probably put these in these rolls back somewhere around 1958, maybe into the early 60s, and they've been in there, never touched since, because you can't get them out.
Yeah,
not without tons of force or some creative solutions that I've heard from other people that get into them. But I'm not going that route. I'm just going to sell them as is.
yeah, and I've seen 59s, but never 60s.
Yeah.
Can you show the gold dragon?
Oh, absolutely. Johnny was asking about looking at the Franklin half. This is a nice Franklin half.
That's a real.
This was an earlier one too, just a certification number. I can tell it was probably graded in the first year of the PCGS was around. And when they graded proofs at that time, they pretty much just put proof 65 on everything, because at the time people really weren't collecting high-end registry sets of modern. This was basically a modern coin in 1986. You know, it's only 20 some years old at the time. So nowadays, this coin is probably a proof 67, no doubt. They just didn't give really high grades on proofs at the time. But it's one of those coins that's just not worth sending in and getting regraded or anything like that. The dragon, huh? Let's see what we got here. The only dragon I got is this here. It's the PAMP Swiss 5 gram gold bar.
So cool. I love the silver versions, but man, that gold one pops. There you go. Yeah, they did
pretty popular.
Yeah, they did a really good job. A lot of people enjoyed collecting these. I have quite a few of them.
And this one I didn't notice until I showed it in the stream, but it seems to have a real low serial number, if that matters or anything. C000278. It says right there at the bottom too.
And I got to take that back. I used to have a bunch of them. My grandkids grabbed them up right away.
They're smart.
Dragons, yeah.
But this one I think is the cool one. It's the Austrian one. I don't know if you saw this when I was showing it.
Yeah.
The hologram.
That is real.
The horse. And that's like a really good hologram. I didn't really notice it that much when I bought it in the coin shop. Maybe the lighting was just totally different. I could tell it was a hologram bar, but they did a really good job on this.
Yeah, that's a lot of movement.
Yeah, usually you would think it'd just be like two or three different styles, but we got several frames here. Yeah, and these are 5 gram gold bars, and based on today's gold price, right before I did the stream earlier, I did some quick math. You do the 5 grams over 31.1, because there's 31.1 grams in an ounce, and then you multiply that by the gold price, which I think was like $15.50 and change. And I calculated out, and the melt value of these was like $249.50 or something right around there. So I'm starting at 50 cents over that price, and it's gonna start at $250 per bar. So basically just the gold value. And some of these go for, the PAMP Swiss lunar bars, they definitely go for premiums because those are pretty collectible. This one I'm less familiar with. It's just really cool. Who makes this bar? It's the Austrian Mint.
Oh, cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, and that's their same as that makes the Philharmonics and all the other Austrian pieces. Same that makes these Maria Theresa Thalers too, Austrian mint.
And I like the restrikes. It's neat that they're still doing it.
Oh yeah, and well, especially the ones that they do. These are the ones more for collectors, the proof-like ones. I mean, they got ones that are like just a plain satin finish, kind of like a more bullion piece, but the ones here that have that, reflective field and a little bit frosty look, they're cool. Especially when you get them out of these 2x2, because then you can see the edge design as well. But they're nice.
Nice big coin.
Oh yeah, I'm a fan. Yeah, but that was Austrian mint. They say on their Munz Österreich, which is, I guess, Austrian mint in Austrian, probably.
Very neat.
Yeah, so it should be fun. One of those things where the coin shop, they know I like small. I always tell them, save all those small gold coins or bars that really don't have too much premium, because I don't want them to save like something really small that I got to end up paying twice the gold value to get. Like, because some of those like real collectible small gold coins are like that. But anything that's like got really no huge premium to them, I'm like, save that stuff to me. So they saved these for me and weren't sure if I'd want them. And like, well, 5 grams is usually more than I like to have around, because like I said, just the gold value, it's $250, so that's a lot for people to think about. But I just thought these were too cool to pass up.
And it's actually a pretty good starter spot to do for the gold, because it gives you a nice size piece.
It's pretty much where you'd start out if you don't want to pay huge premiums, because they have a lot of 1 gram bars out there. And, for $250, you get a 5 gram bar. So a 1 gram bar is about $50 worth of gold. You're not going to be able to buy one for just $50. You're going to have to pay at least $60 probably to get a 1 gram bar. So right there, you're paying 20% premium over the melt price. And that's just for a generic one. I mean, if you want to buy a nice Pamp Swiss bar or something, one of the Lunars or something a little fancier, you're spending a lot of money on a premium versus money on the actual metal. And that's like something like this Australian koala that I showed that we're going to be auctioning. It's a 0.5 gram of gold, which just the melt value is a little over $25. This coin is worth quite a bit more than $25, though. You just can't go to your local coin shop and say, yeah, give me a bunch of Perth Mint Australia 0.5 gram coins, but I only want to pay the gold value. Not going to happen, because the Perth Mint charges such a huge premium for these to start. And there's so much demand out there of people that want little gold coins, because a lot of people just can't afford gold coins. That's just the way it is. But if you tell them, hey, I got this cool little gold coin that's only $30-$40, well, then all of a sudden it's affordable. But so there's a huge demand for small gold, and it just, with the production and the pain in the butt of making them all, you just can't get them for the melt price. So there's always a big premium on those. Like, for example, I've sold a couple of these at coin shows and coin clubs in the last couple of years, and they always go for $50 to $75 each. So at least double the gold value, especially the ones that have been PCGS graded, which usually you don't see a little coin like that PCGS graded.
No. So, and there's a lot of people out there with 12 in a tube, and they just need enough to finish out that ounce. So,
right. Oh, Spiked Head Die Crack. If you really like the small gold coins and you want to actually get them in, the one that I like the most, or the one that you can actually buy and not pay huge premiums for, are the Canadian Maple Grams. They're little tiny 1 gram coins, and they usually sell them in a cart of 25. So you get 25 grams all together, and you can break up off the little pieces one at a time. So they're all individually on like little tiny cards. So if you needed to like sell a few of them, you just crack a couple of them off, and they're all individually numbered. And Maple Grams, they're pretty cool. And they're real, and they're so small. I mean, of course, this one here is a 0.5 gram, but the Maple Gram is actually smaller diameter than this. It's just a really thick coin, so it looks like a little pill. It's kind of cool. It's really tiny. Yeah, then I'll type it in there. They write it like this: Maple Gram.
It's going to be a fun auction.
And I think I might even have Canadian maple gram somewhere around here if I looked around. Maybe that's something I got to add to my next auction. I don't know. People are always asking me for small gold coins, but every time I get them, they pretty much sell just because I buy and sell a lot of stuff for local coin clubs, and just they always want little small gold coins for prizes, and so I just can't keep them.
Denver.
What date was that?
38.
Nice. Nice first year key date.
Yeah, I've got like 4 or 5 really nice ones, but I put them somewhere special because I was going to get them graded, and that was a couple years ago. Still haven't found that location.
Yeah, but the way you preserve, and store your coins, I mean,
especially nickels, they're safe. But I would have really liked to have gotten them graded by now. That was the whole point of pulling them out of the roll. But yeah, I got really lucky with my nickels. I found them on YouTube or eBay rather, and the guy was selling them for a family member and had listed them incorrectly on a antique area, nothing to do with coins. And I told him he was in the wrong spot, but also told him I was interested. And he had a box of, I think there was 40 rolls, 45 rolls. And somebody had very carefully gone through these original bankrupt rolls and put them in tubes and marked how many had steps and how many steps they had, all on the side of the tubes. And yeah, it was really cool. And the one roll was half 48 D's and P's, so, or 38 rather.
It didn't take me too long, Rich. I found them.
Oh, okay.
So there's 2 maple grams right next to that half gram coin. So the maple grams are even smaller diameter, but they're twice the weight.
That's great.
So these usually come on a sheet where there's 25 of them all together, and then
yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah, just little tiny. I think the face value on them is 50 cents, and just little tiny, but they're a little thick. They're thick, well, thicker than a normal coin of this size, but they're great. They're real popular.
And I like that size and shape. I love the littlest coins, the really tiny ones.
Oh,
but
yeah.
You don't see most coins that are thicker like that because, well, that's just the bullion stuff that does the thicker ones.
Yeah, it reminds me of the 1904 Panama Pills almost.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Those are great. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I should probably try to get some more of these because this is all I got left for the coin club. This is actually owned by our coin club because I got one of the coin club's inventory because I put the prizes together for them. So I just went and grabbed it out of there because I think I sold those. I think these are dated 2015s, and I probably sold them to the club in 2015 and just haven't used them as prizes yet. But probably because I want to keep them and don't want to use them as prizes, even though it's the coin clubs.
Yeah, that shape and size definitely is a big part of it.
But luckily, I mean, sometimes I buy stuff like that the year they come out, and sometimes they go up in value. So I'm sure those are probably worth more than what I sold them to the club for 3 years ago or 5 years ago, whatever it was. But yeah, they're fun.
Really cool.
So if you guys come to one of my coin club meetings someday, you might have a chance to win one of those. How about that?
That'd be fun.
Well, we got your likes count doubled. It's up to 6 now, but there's still 9 watching. I don't know how that works.
Well, I know a lot of my lurkers are people that are busy doing stuff. I've
Yeah.
had a lot of people telling me, I heard people saying stuff I wanted to comment on, but busy doing something.
No, I can understand that. I was like before you got on, I was in EVG Hobbies, his stream where he was opening up halves, and I was probably listening after we talked on the phone earlier. I was probably in there for like at least a half hour just listening, and then all of a sudden he says he's doing a giveaway. So I pulled up the window and put in my entry, and he's like, "Hey, you in here lurking?" And I'm like, "Heck yeah!" But I'll wake up when I hear giveaway. He's funny. He's
That's
probably still streaming. Heck, I don't know. He's always up. He's doing it real late.
probably why you do so well at the giveaways.
Hey, look, I mean, I do okay on them, and some of them are based on skill, like if it's questions about coins or typing something in fast, things like that. But at least half of them are total just random and just based on luck. But you don't have any chance if you don't get in them. And like I said, like I say in my mail call videos, there's so many good channels on YouTube if you look around, and so many of those do regular giveaways that if you're not winning giveaways, then you're not trying hard enough because it's not that hard. I mean, just look at my mail call videos. I'm behind on my mail call. I probably got about 20 or 30 packages here I need to do mail call videos on still, which is not good. But some of them are Christmas cards that I probably should have showed off sometime around Christmas time. Yeah, but I'll get to them. I won't. But if you just go back and look at, I've got like 15, maybe 20 mail call videos, and just look at all the channels. I got links to every one of the channels that I feature right in the descriptions. If you just went to all those channels and watched some of their stuff, you'll win something, almost guaranteed. I mean, and if you don't win something like Giant, you'd be very, very unlucky if you didn't. Because, I mean, go to someone like Coin Hunting Couple stream. They're giving away stuff all the time. There's like so many people. Like, go to Jeeping John's Coffee and Chit Chat and just hang around for an hour or so. He does a few giveaways every day, it seems like, on there. You'll have a chance. And some of them are just total random. You don't have to be, good to get them. You're just lucky. But you have to enter lots of them, so to improve your chances. Just like buying lottery tickets. You buy a scratch-off ticket, just one of them might not win, but if you buy 20 of them, you're going to win a few. You'll lose money overall if you're doing scratch-off tickets, but some of them will be winners.
All right, got to talk about the unpleasant thing in the picture.
What's the unpleasant thing? Is that a scratch?
No, it's a little cat hair.
Oh, okay, because that's not a big deal. That comes right off, but
yeah, but
it would be unpleasant if it was a scratch.
It's inside the capsule, and this is before
it's safe.
Yeah. And I'm lucky that my cat wasn't one of those really oily cats or something that would have caused some issues. But
over time, maybe, yeah.
It happened, and my cat definitely did shed. But I learned that as I started looking at my coins after getting them in these nice airtights, that, well, shoot, quite a few of them had this issue. And so that's when I started using the film blower for photography.
Yeah.
And I just completely blow this stuff out before I seal it. And
so what exactly is, when you say film blower, what is that? Is that like a can of compressed air, or is it something?
It's a little rubber ball with a...
Oh, okay. Absolutely. Yeah, where you squeeze and...
Yeah.
Because I was just wondering if it was like, because I've always been told don't use the compressed air because there's like chemicals in that potentially, and that might end up on your coin if like coming out of the aerosol. But if it's just a little squeeze bulb taking just regular air, then that should be fine.
Yeah. It
because I've heard of people that actually, and I've actually seen in some of the coin supply catalogs, they sell cans of the compressed air for blowing stuff off of coins and stuff, and it's like, I wouldn't. If it's a real nice coin, I wouldn't be spraying that on there. Who knows what's in that can? Okay, cool.
Better brand for the tripods. But this is the best one to use. It's really easy and has a ton of air.
Very cool.
Yeah. So and that's what taught me to stop doing them in my lap. Even though I'd use a board or something like that, it wasn't as clean as it needed to be. So then I started using the lid of the box of my airtights because I kept the airtights in a separate cabinet, all sealed and stuff. So never had any issues with anything getting in them, and it works really good. Just grab the lid of the ones I'm going to start putting coins in and go to town. Pull out one of the little foam sheets and off I go.
I've been putting coins in a whole bunch of coins in capsules. I still got a bunch left to do because I just had to order more capsules and they just came in the mail today. But our 2019 Coin Club medals came in, so I've been putting all those in capsules.
Oh, cool.
Here's one if you want to take a look when you get a chance.
You're up.
This was one of the antique silver versions that we did.
I love that one. That one's really cool.
So there's the design. We've been using this design. Daniel Carr, the Moonlight Mint, makes these for us. And that's it's this coin right here. It's the other side of this coin.
Yep. One of my favorites.
Whoops. He did a pretty good job recreating the design for us.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Perfect bear.
Yeah, you can't even tell. If you know the design, it's perfect. But so that's the design we've been using for the last few years, and then this is the new design we had for 2019. And it won't focus probably, but it's the medal from the completion of the Pacific Railway in 1869.
Oh, that's cool.
So it's got a train going across, and let me try to get it to focus. There we go. And then at the bottom, it used to say Medal Series of the U.S. Mint, the original one, and so we just had it say Glendale Coin Club, and for our 60th anniversary.
That's really cool.
He did a really good job.
The
original design from this, it's a medal from the U.S. Mint by William Barber from 1869 for the completion of the Pacific Railway, and it's in the so-called dollar series as HK12. So.
Right, it was a real big deal because the tracks didn't go all the way across the states, and so I have a photo from when the two trains finally met.
Right. And here's one of those medals. This was a restrike they did probably in the 60s for the 100th anniversary. Oh, it's cool. Real thick, high relief, as you see on the medal.
Yeah, that's really cool.
The originals this is one of the restrikes from the 60s probably, and they're worth, 40, 50. This one was marked at $50 or so. The originals from 1869, they go for big bucks, like $500 to a couple $1,000 if you can find them. And it's got President Grant on the front of them, the originals at least. But yeah, they're fun.
I've actually got two of these pictures of the trains meeting. And one has some signatures on it from some of the people that were there. And there's 1,000 people below the train on the side of the mountains, all trying to get in on the picture. And oh man, it's just because it was all the guys that laid the tracks and some of the engineers and some of the the money guys. And
I'm sure. I mean, when you're thinking it was in Utah, I mean, I'm sure anybody within a couple 100 miles was there.
Yeah.
I like these. If you guys haven't seen these, I think I showed you've seen them, Rich, but the Postal Service came out with stamps for that this year too.
Yeah, I bought a couple and had to go back and buy 10 more.
Yeah, I went and bought a few more too, just to have. But so whenever I send out stickers for sticker trade, I just like the stamps and the gold foil around them, and they just did a really good job on these. So I put these on mail that I know people will open up on camera. Probably, I don't use these for paying bills or anything.
Yeah, they're gorgeous.
Yeah, they did a really good job.
I had to get one for each of my grandkids, and I was gonna try to just keep them tucked away, and it's like, look what I got you guys. It's like, oh darn it, I was gonna keep that a secret.
Exactly.
But they loved it. Yeah, they love that old train stuff. Really cool.
It'll be interesting to see if anybody's interested in the medal, because I put one of the copper and one of the silver medals in the auction, so that we just had made. Give people a chance to get in on them, because usually we have all the medals made just like on a pre-order basis only, because we don't want to buy tons of extras and just have them sitting around, because it's not cheap to have them made. Fun.
Yeah, really cool. I really like your guys' medals. He did
such a good job. And he's got such a collector following for all his stuff. I'm sure once I distribute these out to the rest of the Coin Club members, whoever puts them on eBay first is going to get several sales for some good money. That's for sure. Seems because there's people from all over the country that collect pretty much anything Dan Carr makes, even all the different club medals. So.
Yeah.
I actually have probably in our Glendale Coin Club, we've probably got at least 5 or 6 members that have still been paying dues for the last few years to us. That are like, one guy's in Ohio, I know, and other guys in New York. And they every year they send in their membership dues just so they can stay on our email list for our newsletters, just so they know when we're doing the next medal and they can get in on them at club, and order them as a club member in advance.
That's cool.
It's kind of fun. But those are just a few less customers that, the eBay sellers have now, because they just get them at the club price now.
Yeah, I actually had somebody that knows where a bunch of the medals are. It's not the real good ones, though, the ones that everybody's after.
Mm-hmm.
But, so I've got some coming, I hope.
Cool.
Yeah, really like his stuff.
Yeah, I got another group, the Knights of the Coin Table online coin club that he does medals for. We just put our orders in for the 2019 medals at the back in December, so we put that order in. So those should be showing up any day. Those are going to be pretty cool when they come out. We got I think this year it's like a witch with a cauldron and casting some kind of a spell, and there's like a frog next to the cauldron, and it's a pretty cool looking medal.
Oh, that sounds really neat.
Yeah, for the Knights of the Coin Table.
So I showed that one.
And just to be clear, when you go to the website for the message boards there, I am Sir Kittle. Sir Kittle Coins. The Knights of the Coin Table.
That's great. Yeah, that's a great name.
Yeah.
Knights was a popular thing to say in a lot of the different club stuff, but I haven't seen it for the coins.
Oh yeah, and it's kind of wild because there's a lot of members from Europe and just all over the world on there, because it's just pretty much just a online message board, and it's just a kind of an online club, and it's pretty much invite only. But anybody that ever wants to get an invite, like, there's no restriction. Like, any of us can send invites to anybody. And when I did that Dan Carr thing for Coin Seminar Weekend, I did a presentation on his medals. I talked about it, and I had probably like 8 or 9 people email me, "Hey, can I get in on that?" And I sent them the link. So some of them became members. It's real fun.
Isn't that S looking bird?
Like 1975 Kennedy half. That's a fun one. Unfortunately, Beer Can, I didn't like when he did that, because it was always a fun joke you could play on people just to like get them to waste a bunch of time, or if you wanted to annoy someone, you could tell them, "Hey, if you ever find me a 1975 quarter or a 1975 half, I'll pay $100 for it. Just keep looking through your change. If you find any one of them, I'll give you $100 for it," and stuff. But now Dan Carr's gone and made them. There's a chance they could actually find one. But
well, I can find you one, but it's still in the whole, the mint set.
But it doesn't say 1975 on it.
Not on the coin, but it does the wrapper.
No, it doesn't matter. No, it has to be on the coin.
I
don't know. Some of those, even if someone gave me one of those for $100, it might still be a good deal for some of those, because he didn't make super high. Because he did for the 1975. I think he did the Kennedy halves and he did the quarters. He did some of them in 40% silver, some in clad, some with the bicentennial reverse, some with the normal reverse. So he did several combinations, and some of the mintages are pretty low on some of those. Got a little bit of a repunched mint mark there.
Yeah, doesn't it look upside down?
Yeah, a little bit. Well, the whole coin looks upside down now, but the S doesn't.
Right.
Yeah, I get tripped up on the inverted S sometimes, but some coins I've seen it on, like the 09S Barber half. It's clear as day that that's an inverted S, but
Oh yeah.
some of the other coins, it's tough. But yeah, I don't think I got any of his 75 Kennedys or the different ones that he did there. I didn't order any of those. The one I wish I would have gotten was the 1970 Ike dollars. Those were kind of cool that he made.
Yeah, he's done some really neat stuff.
I could have sold one of those to Lincoln Central Coins, but I don't have one. Yeah, he's done so much cool stuff. I mean, there's some real cool ones that, of course, I wish I had. Like I think he did a 1927 Oregon Trail commemorative. He did the 1816 bust $50 overstrike. He's doing the one that he has right now. If anyone has like a couple $1,000s, they just have lying around, don't know what to do with it. If you go to Dan Carr's website, you can get an 1805 bust dollar made by him right now.
Oh.
So I mean, the 1804 dollar is like one of the most valuable coins. They go for millions and millions of dollars. So he's doing 1805 overstrikes. So they're really expensive just because it's so cool, but they're expensive because he actually has to take a real bust dollar and overstrike it. And even a really bad bust dollar isn't cheap. So, but what he does is, even if it's cleaned or messed up and has scratches in it, if he overstrikes it, you'll never know. So you can buy you can actually send him a bust dollar and he'll overstrike the one you send him. So if you have a really bad one laying around or know you could get one from your local shop, you could get that and then send it to him. And I think he charges maybe like an extra $300 or $400 just to stamp over it with the new design, which is a lot better than just paying the full price. And he also has it set up because a lot of times you'll find those bust dollars with holes in them. If you send him one with a hole in it, he'll even fill the hole and repair it and then overstrike it, so you'll never even know it had a hole in it. So
that's really cool. Because what better thing to do with the whole coin than have it repaired like that?
I told one of my buddies in the coin club right away, and it's like, hey, just so you know, if you have any bust dollars laying around in your collection that you don't really care too much about and have a hole in them, and you'd rather have a brand new MS-68 looking 1805 that the mintage is going to be real low and pretty collectible, send it. And he's like, oh, I'm totally sending that away. So,
yeah, that's smart.
Heck yeah.
He really found a good niche for himself. Sure. Do you know what his history is? Or his beginnings for art was? Was he
I know he's like always had like an engineering background. I don't know exactly what he's done. I think he has a lot of the information on his website, but I just don't remember offhand. But yeah, I mean, he's obviously got some skill, or at least he's really good at teaching himself how to do stuff. Because if you look at his website where he goes through and restoring that entire press, like, I mean, I guess before I saw all that, I thought, yeah, a coin press, it's probably just a standalone piece, and it probably has an on-off switch and maybe a dial to turn the speed up and down. That's what I would have guessed. But no, it's like way more complex than that.
Yeah, I remember seeing it.
There's like that whole just the electrical panel for it with all the wiring is like the size of like almost a walk-in closet. It looks like it's 7 feet tall and a few feet wide. It's just all wiring for it.
Yeah.
But he's got that. He just took that whole thing apart, restored it. Had to have a couple. First, he had to just identify why it wasn't working. He was able to rewire a lot of the stuff and have a couple parts made, and and then to go beyond and make like a whole business out of it and buy the rollers to where he can make his own stock to make, punch out blanks to make coins. And it's just fun stuff. And it's cool that he like stays in touch with the collectors too. And like, he's real active on some of the message boards. So he like takes the feedback and he goes to a lot of the shows and meets the people. And he's not just kind of like in it just for the cash. It seems like, he has a lot of fun with it.
Very smart thing to do.
Oh, sure. And he's got the credibility too, because he's designed the New York quarter, he designed the Rhode Island quarter, he submitted designs for a lot of other stuff. So he's not just like someone that's just all full of himself and talk. He's actually, done it, and he's got his art out there already. Just look in your pocket. You might find one of his pieces. That's how most of my Buffalo nickels look, Rich.
Yeah, what kind of condition? I don't know the lower grades very well, but that's pretty low.
Yeah, but it shows a lot of the detail there. I mean, you can read the date. You see the designer's initial. I mean, you can make out most of the braid there. So it's not the lowest of the low. It's just got a dirty look to it.
Yeah, it definitely.
You look at the reverse and the Buffalo detail, and if you can see any of the horn, then you're up a little higher in the grades.
Yeah, and there's a bit of the horn there.
Yeah. But yeah, usually when you're down into like good, very good, and stuff like that, you don't see any horn or any of that detail on his shoulder and back.
It's a 24S.
Yeah. That one's got to be up in the fine details or, somewhere in there. At least fine, I would think. Maybe even close to VF. Maybe not, though. I'd say at least fine.
It's about $170.
No, I don't know the value offhand, but yeah.
Fine 15, 88 for 12. Cool.
It's a keeper. Definitely a keeper.
I have a 21S in here somewhere too, but that's not it. That's pretty good on the horn. Unfortunately, the reverse or the obverse isn't in very good shape, but
What was the date of that one?
19, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Buffalo nickels are still one of those things. It's like you can put together a pretty nice set. I mean, yeah, you're not going to have all AUs and mint states, but you can get some nice, find the VF coins, and you can get most of the dates pretty reasonably. And it's a pretty nice set. Yeah, and then if you want to include the 3-leg, and especially if you go for what is it, the 18/17 over date and things like that, then of course you're going to get, start spending a lot more money. But I wouldn't, a lot of times, I mean, yeah, the 3-leg, something most people would want to include, but the over dates less so, or the 16 double die, that's just thousands of dollars, even in condition where you can't even read the date, but yeah, you don't have to have those, but yeah, if you just want the regular dates and feel like a nice Dansco album, there's only a few dates where you got to spend real big money, like some of the Type 2, like the 13D and the S, those get up there. Some of the other, the 24S is a little pricey, but you can get, what you do on that one is you just get a really nice VG8 that, or something, that looks like a fine 12. So you can get the VG8 for like a third of the price. You can be real picky and try to find one of those out there. Yeah, Buffalo nickels are cool.
Yeah.
It's just fun that you can still maybe even get one of those in change or search and rolls. You don't do it often, but you can.
Especially this one because it's 21S.
Well, that would be a good one to find in a roll.
Yeah. Especially if you find it a lot better than this one.
Oh, sure.
It's pretty poor, but I think that one.
I'm sure a lot of people would like to have it in their album because most people don't have one of those in the 21S spot.
Yeah, the 6 is $80 and 8 is $94. VG10 is $120. Goes up quick.
Oh, no doubt. And see that for grading the nickels, you see on that one's definitely in the lower range, probably good to VG, that kind of range. When you look at Liberty, you see it kind of blends in with the rim.
Yep.
That's when you're kind of close to the good, more towards the good range, I believe. I think that's kind of one way to do it. And then if you look at the buffalo's horn, you shouldn't see any horn at all on the reverse of that, probably.
Well, there's actually a little bit, but
There?
it doesn't show up very well here.
Then if there's a little bit there, then maybe it's VG. But if there's no horn at all, then it's good.
Well, the neat thing about this, both the last couple of coins, the 21 and the 24S, were found in a garage sale in an album or a folder.
Nice.
Yeah,
Look who just came in here. Boomba.
I didn't even know at the time because I bought like 20 books from him.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Sheldon says, "Hey, Rich, glad to see you back streaming."
Sheldon, how you doing, Sheldon? All right, give me a second here. I haven't seen Sheldon's face for so long. Well, that's not true. Haven't seen it talking back to me. We'll put it that way. Because I do watch his videos. So if you want to come on up,
You watch his daughter's videos, and he's just the helper.
that's true, and it's pretty obvious.
Sheldon don't have a coin collection no more. It's Paisley's.
Yep.
Sheldon gets to keep some of the stickers, I think.
She's a great collector.
I think that's how that works. Oh, boy.
A little nicer condition.
You can see some of them kernels of corn on that one.
Yeah, extra fine for the ones that have the. Well, it doesn't have them all though, but it's got most of the stars separated.
Oh, yeah. Some of the dates you see Mint State ones that don't even have them fully struck. Or you see, like, right above the ear, some of that hair will be flat. Some of the Mint States even do that.
Yeah.
So it's hard to grade on some of those because some of them just have weak strikes from the start.
Yeah,
That's
Paisley.
one thing that I find when trying to teach collectors how to grade or go to coin clubs and do presentations on grading is the difference between a weak strike and wear is kind of tough to show in photos, at least. But
Yeah,
it's a little easier to show in hand. And usually you just got to rotate it around and see if the luster changes. If the luster stays the same, then you know one of two things. It's either just a weak strike or it's been cleaned or polished. But if there's a different sort of luster, like a break in the luster, then it's probably wear.
yeah.
That's
I
usually how you tell.
roll those coins hard in hand when I'm doing my first looks. Yeah,
Sheldon
not,
says he should change the name to the Paisley Show. Maybe.
yeah, and then you can do your own channel and be Paisley's dad.
Yeah, Sheldon, why don't you get your own channel and start over? You got her 500 or whatever subscribers, and now you got to do it again.
The Paisley Show and Paisley's dad. Nice.
Crazy.
Pretty funny.
Funny. Sheldon, I didn't see you earlier. I did a preview for my next auction. Bunch of cool stuff. Got to check it out.
Yeah, really nice.
I'm going to be doing an auction on Saturday, and it's going to be so early for you, you're probably going to miss it because it's going to be noon my time, so that's 10 o'clock for you. Wow.
You need to show him a couple things so he'll be there for sure.
I'll probably. I bet you Paisley would like this little bar here.
Oh, that horse rock.
Look at the horse on this bar, Sheldon. If I can get it to work.
There you go.
It's got a hologram on it.
So cool.
Don't show this to Paisley. Otherwise, you got to buy it. Yeah, that's a fun one. Sheldon, this is more like Paisley. Paisley might like this, though, too.
Yeah, that's probably more her style.
Yeah. Possibly. Sure, I know most girls don't mind nice cash. Or a little koala.
Especially big cash.
Yeah, I sell a lot of I try to do that when I buy different world coins. Is anything with animals on them? It's just so easy to sell at coin shows. To like, I mean, especially if it's under $100, a nice looking coin, and it has some kind of an animal on it. You just sell the heck out of that stuff at coin shows because so many people are walking around, especially like on a Saturday when a lot of the families are there, and they just don't know what they're looking for and say, well, what are you interested in? And they go, I don't know. And you start showing stuff like that. And it's like, if you tell them something like this is like 50 or $60, and they're like, oh, wow, that's awesome. And it's just an impulse buy, and it's just easy. And it's, you're able to get them something cool that's, fair coin too. You're not trying to take advantage of anybody, but it's just, they're just so popular. And that's why a lot of the world coins do that. And you get a lot of those, bullion people. They go to some of the island nations and just get to use their name and make a whole bunch of fun coins and stuff like Tuvalu and all these weird countries that make coins that probably never even seen these coins.
Yep.
Yeah, that was the one I thought was an Australian coin, but it's actually Tuvalu. I thought this Pearl Harbor gold coin was Australia because 2016p, and I know it was made at the Perth Mint, so I just assumed it was Australia. And it's got the Queen on it, but when I really looked, it says Tuvalu. So it's almost Australian.
Hey, UK coins.
Hey there, UK coins. UK coins forever. Paisley show with special guest dad. Yeah, she says that in most of them, I hear. Yeah.
You got coming up, Sheldon?
I don't know. Sheldon's shy. I think he doesn't want to come up and hang out.
No, you know why? He's probably hunting centipedes.
Oh yeah, those are crazy.
Oh, they really bother me. That's out of all the things, I watch some of the creepiest movies and It and all those things doesn't faze me at all. Well, I was raised in a haunted house, so a lot of that stuff just didn't affect me because I had a great experience with ghosts. But yeah, I love all that stuff. But that critter, oh no, it's in my nightmares. That's the one that's chasing me down.
Yeah, the first time I saw one of those in Hawaii was we had our little dog, probably 10-pound dog, just running around our backyard, and all of a sudden he just flips on his back and starts rolling around in the dirt and just acting all weird. Like, what are you doing? Just thought the dog was trying to be cute and get attention, but get real close and put him he was like rolling around on top of like a dead centipede. It was probably like 10 inches long, just with all that armor all over it and just like nasty. So he was just, I don't know, rubbing all over it. It was just a dead centipede in the middle of the yard. It's like, I'm just glad it was dead.
Yeah.
Because that would really freak me out.
Well, they can kill smaller animals.
See, I didn't know that. I've heard they can bite, and I heard that doesn't feel too good. But
yeah, they do have a toxin. I'm pretty sure. Sheldon will have to correct me if I'm wrong, but
yeah, he says he hates centipedes.
Sheldon, you can fall asleep on my stream just like everybody else has once or twice. No worries.
Yeah, I thought for a while there when I wasn't up on the panel with you, when I was just watching, I thought for a while this was the Hector sleeping show.
Yeah, poor Hector. And it was so funny because I was in a stream the other day with Hector and somebody was talking about that. And Hector says, I think I did fall asleep once on somebody's stream.
Once.
I'm just glad it wasn't your stream, Rich. It's like, well, actually, I can like on one hand, no, it'd take two hands to count how many times you've fallen asleep.
Oh, you could probably make a whole playlist of the times Hector fell asleep in your streams and put timestamps to him if you really wanted to know.
Yeah. That and when his cat started walking all over his keyboard and deleting people out of my stream.
Yeah, I remember that. Like all of a sudden Hector starts like kicking people out of your, like banning people. Like, what the heck's Hector doing?
Yep. There
And I
was,
think Cajun was in there, and Cajun's the one that knew that it was his cat or something like that.
yeah, because I was still pretty new at streaming, so I wasn't watching it close. And Cajun perked up and said, What are you doing?
Right.
Hector, what are you doing? He's okay. And all these people start getting deleted or their comments deleted and kicked off the channel.
That's great.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. The silly cat was doing it, taking advantage while Daddy was asleep.
Basically.
I saw a die break on this one.
Yep, totally, Sheldon. Rich would always have to mute Hector. Yep.
Yep, muted him all the time.
Check in on him every now and then just to make sure he was still there.
Yep, but I did that quite often too, and have to be pretty quick because sometimes he is a little loud. Yeah, this one's got a really nice little tie break there off that feather.
Oh yeah. Looks like it's almost peeling a little bit like a lamination.
Oh yeah, it does. Let me see if I
A
can
little bit. Yeah.
closer.
Sheldon, you got a big box of nickels on the way to Hawaii. I didn't send everybody tracking numbers, but it's definitely out in the mail. I think I got yours out Wednesday. I was a little bit late on getting them out compared to what I thought I was going to do, but you should have it probably. I don't think you'll have it tomorrow or today, Friday. You probably get it Saturday.
Yeah, that does look like a.
Yeah, there's a little bit. Yeah, when you get real close like that, a little bit of peeling there. Interesting.
Yeah. So I started putting together my bags of pennies that I've pulled aside because I think that, well, I know there's some type of errors going on or some other issues, and I've got 3 full gallon size Ziploc bags full of them, all in airtight. Well, that's not true. Airtight and flips.
Beer Can Burr wants to know, is that one considered 2 feathers? I don't think so. I think usually when it's 2 feathers, and I'm pointing with my mouse on the screen like as if you could see that, but
Yeah,
not
because
really.
it's 2 down here, right?
Well, the 2 feathers are the 2 big feathers. You see the one like on the back of his head and then the long one that sticks down. The third feather is that one that's tucked in there. If you can see. Yeah, like kind of right where you're pointing there. And you can see a little bit there. I mean, it's easier to see on a real high grade one, but then it's also easier to see when it's missing on a real high grade. So sometimes that little piece tucked in there, and it's right where that crack and lamination is where the second and the third feather connect. Yeah, it's just the die gets over polished, and that little detail sometimes gets polished off, and that's why sometimes that feather's missing. But usually it's something on the die, and it's not just because of wear or
right there.
like that, but yeah, it's there. Sheldon says, can't wait to do the mail call and show the ANA membership. Oh, you got the magazine? Perfect. Awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, Sheldon signed up for an ANA membership. I helped him and his, I think Paisley got the membership too.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, because I've mentioned that in my streams a lot that, not only am I trying to make a bunch of money off everybody on YouTube by selling them big boxes of nickels and stuff like that, but also trying to help the hobby grow. So I always offer to like any kids watching to send them like a copy of a Red Book or to help them get ANA memberships, especially for the kids. But if there's any adults that need help getting ANA memberships, one of the guys in my coin club is the former president of the ANA, which is like a huge deal. So I can get a little bit better price for kids memberships, but for adults I can't. But what I can get the adults is basically get their whole membership process real quick, just with a email to him, and then he emails headquarters and gets it all logged in. So like you're in there right away. There's no delay, and
Oh, that's cool.
kind of fun. So yeah, Sheldon took me up on that when he heard me mentioning that in one of the streams, and I think we got him and his daughter in there and got a good deal. I think we got his daughter a free membership or like a discount on it, because he can the guy that's president of ANA can get free memberships for kids, but I don't offer free memberships to kids, because if I just say, hey, anybody under 18, if you want a free membership to the ANA, just email me, I would get lots of emails of people that probably don't even know what the ANA is.
Yep.
So I think we tell people they got to pay us like $5, even though the normal membership's like 14 or something like that. So as long as they give me $5, and then I of course pay that to the ANA, then at least we know they're at least interested enough to, have a little bit of skin in the game, I guess.
Yeah, because if it's something they truly want, paying a few dollars, $5 is something that most people are very willing to do.
Well, and they get benefits too. I know, like, once they're logged in, the ANA sends them free coins on their birthday. ANA also, there's like a message board that the kids can be a part of on the website. There's a couple other things. Like if they're in school, they can send their report card in. If they get good grades, then the ANA sends them coins as a reward. It's like the Coins for A's program is what they call it. There's they give them young numismatist dollars for doing different tasks, like through the website or answering certain quizzes, and they can use that money in an auction each year that's on YouTube. So there's all kinds of stuff that's worth it to have the membership, and kind of fun.
Yeah, I want to get it again. I had it before years ago, but
Well, if you ever want to get it hooked up, I mean, just send me an email and I could email the guy and say, hey, Rich was a member, and you get you active again, and just gotta send him a few bucks.
yeah, I'll probably do a couple of my grandkids at the same time.
And just the normal rates, I mean, as of last year, I don't know if they raised them for 2020, but I think last year it's $28 a year for a membership, and that gets you the magazine online. And I think it's $46 a year if you want the print magazine. And the print magazine's just totally worth it. I mean, even if you don't care about anything else the ANA does, just to get that magazine every month, there's always a lot of good articles, and they actually have a price guide in there now so you get, and it's put out by the guys that do Gray Sheet, I believe. So it's a more realistic price guide than they used to have in some of them. And I mean, it's worth it just for basically $4 a month or less to get the magazine. Plus, if you really get into it with the ANA membership, you have online access to every issue of the Numismatist magazine back to the 1880s, every issue ever made, full, like, searchable and on their website.
Yeah, that's really cool.
That alone is just huge.
Yeah, I would do the better one. I love having my my hoarding of any paper products, magazines, newspapers, quarterlies, all that stuff. I love it.
Well, what's great is not only that, I mean, a lot of people just don't like to read things online, especially magazines, but just to be able to go back and look at back issues, like, hey, if you ever get real bored and just want to see what was going on in the coin world the year you were born or the month you were born, that magazine's out there, and it's just kind of fun to look at. Or I have fun just looking up things too. Like, I'm president of the Glendale Coin Club, so I typed in Glendale Coin Club, and I saw stuff written about our coin club in the 60s, and I print that out and bring it back to the club to read to people, and it's kind of fun. Or you can go in and or you go in and look at, like, I like the 1909 set, so I go back and look at a lot of the magazines from 1909, and you're reading about, oh, there was a meeting, and President Roosevelt just talked to so and so about drafts, coming out with a new cent and design, and just you get to see what they were talking about, the new coins when they came out.
Now,
Mike, really cool one. I think it's the June 1909 version. There's a photo in there that I had made a copy of at one point, and it's a meeting of the New York Numismatic Club, which is a big club. And you just look at the people that were, and they're all dressed in full suits, and it was at some steakhouse in New York that's real famous. And the people that were at that meeting, like, one of them was one of the former mint engravers. Victor David Brenner's at the meeting, and then you look at the names, and it's like all the famous collectors of the day that like own the major coins, and then they show a report from the meeting of like what they brought for show and tell. One of them was the guy, his name is Woodin. He owned like all the famous patterns and everything. He brought in the two $50 gold patterns from the mint, the $50 unique coins. Another guy brought in a Stella. Another guy brought some famous ancient coin. It's like just what they brought for show and tell is amazing.
Wow, that's so cool. It's just
cool to be able to see that kind of stuff.
Yeah, just the names is cool, but having all the extra info is really neat. But now I
Yeah,
know.
Sheldon tried to also sign up one of his other kids. But I think I was told that you have to be at least 4 years old or 5 years old to get a membership. I can't remember what the age cutoff was, but yeah, I think one of Sheldon's kids was like, I think it wasn't even 2 or right about 2, and they're like, "Now we can't process that membership." I'm like, "Oh, okay, sorry."
Yeah, my little 8-year-old granddaughter is every time she comes over, she's like, "What coins do I get to take home this time?" It's like, all right, any coins you want. What
How
would
old's
you
your granddaughter?
8?
Well, if you want to get me your granddaughter's information, all I really need is an address, and you could even use your address and basically a date of birth, and then they're going to want an email address, which you could use yours too. We could get her signed up for an A&A membership, and then, at least on her birthday, she'll get a letter from the American Numismatic Association and they usually just send like a, like one of those like Lincoln cent blanks that the Mint gives out, and they maybe like a nice BU 1960s, so nothing fancy, but just kind of fun.
Yeah, and she's got a birthday coming up in a month or two, so that'd be cool.
Yeah, if you want to get that set up, just send me an email.
Alrighty.
So.
Now I was gonna tease you a little bit because you said that you liked having all the magazines and stuff, but I remember you looking through one of the magazines and I had you double check because I thought I saw my cousin's name in one of your books, and I didn't realize that she was part of the coin club in a adjacent county here, and you were actually looking because your name was in it so many times because you were in so many clubs, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, Sheldon, that's one of the mail calls I want to do. Like for the last couple months, every coin magazine that I get, I've been kind of piling up, and I plan on doing a mail call just showing off all the different magazines. Like I get a magazine every month or two from PCGS, their Rare Coin Market Report. I get the Fly-In Club is what it's called, the Flying Eagle and Indian Cent Club Journal. I get the Barber Collectors Society Journal. I get the Illinois Numismatic Association book, Central States Numismatic Association, California Numismatist. There's a couple others too. They just pile up, the A&A's Numismatist. And I just thought it'd be fun just to show off some of the different magazines and be able to flip through them just to show people, hey, if you like barbers, you could join this. And a lot of people probably here on YouTube don't even know there is a Barber Collectors Club nationwide.
Yep, and there's a lot of collectors of barbers.
Yeah. Oh, and those are just the ones I belong. There's so many others. Like I know the other ones that I used to belong to that I don't anymore are it's called TAMS, Tokens and Metal Society. There's the Hobo Nickel Society for people that do hobo nickel carving. There's what's another one? Liberty Seated Collectors Club's a big one. There's Silver Dollar Roundtable, the Silver Dollar Collectors. There's just so many different organizations, and they all put out different magazines and things like that. Some of the magazines are just horrible and not worth it, but some of them are really great. So, but yeah, I'll do a mail call of that eventually, Sheldon. But like I said, I'm so far behind on mail calls. I keep doing other stuff like auctions and searching through bags of nickels and pennies, and I just got to do the mail calls eventually. And part of it was just getting this new computer. It's kind of slowed me down on stuff because I've been trying to set that up and get that. But I think I finally got it going. Tonight was the first time I streamed from it, and it mostly seemed to work. So, and I'm on it right now. So I just got to use it more instead of going back and relying on my old computer just because I'm too used to it. Especially since Rich told me I got a good one. So. I got
a real good one. You did a great job. Proud of you.
Costco did it for me. Well, some part of it. So, 37, nice.
Yeah, it's got some odd lines, but
not a 3-legger. I can tell. Oh yeah, it's got a couple rim dings there or something.
Oh yeah, some real couple bad ones, but.
Tomorrow for your auction, are you going to have 150? No, only about 85 this time, Sheldon. I cut it in about half. So instead of about 6 hours, it's only going to be probably 3 hours or so. Because I think it's Cajun Coin Hunter on Saturday last time I did an auction, I like did it in the afternoon, and then Cajun Coin Hunter was doing a benefit auction like that afternoon as well, and I tried to end it by his. And it turns out I'm doing another auction this weekend, and Cajun's doing some other benefit auction the same day. Just coincidence. I'm not doing that intentionally to mess with our friend Cajun Coin Hunter. Not at all. But this time I should actually finish by the time he starts, because I'm pretty sure I did the calculation there, and we should be done with plenty of time. So not step on his toes this time, because I'd hate to do that 2 times in a row to him. But yeah, Sheldon, if you go watch that video, because it was a live stream, now it's posted as a video. In the description, I got the link to the auction catalog. I did an auction catalog, so it lists out all the items and all the bids. And if you see anything you're interested in, and you can't make it to the auction, just send me an email and put your bid in, and I'll place your bid when the time comes. And for example, just so you guys understand how that works, it'll be a proxy bid. So for example, Sheldon, I got a $500 bill. I'm going to start it at $500. If you tell me, no way, sell that for less than $600, which I think it'll go for way more than $600. But if you'd want to pay $600, I wouldn't just say Sheldon bid $600. I would say Sheldon has the opening bid at $500. And then when Jeeping John comes in and says, I'm bidding $550, I go, okay, Sheldon now bids $560. And then I'd bid for you just as if I was bidding. I wouldn't just say, hey, Sheldon told me to pay $600, so let's start it at $600. No, that's just not fair. So,
Cha-ching!
unless 2 people send me bids. Now, if 2 different people send me bids, like if you send a bid for $600 and someone else sent me a bid for $595, then yes, I would say we had 2 bids. One was $595, and the next bid is $600. So there is a chance you would start at your high price. But anyway, Rich put the link to my auction catalog right there. Look at you.
Yep.
Fancy. And look at me getting all fancy with an auction catalog. And
Hey, it's
I try to have fun with it.
It's a real neat way of doing it.
Well, it helps me keep track of things just when we go along and do it too. And I get so many auction catalogs from different auction companies. I thought, hey, it'd be kind of fun to do it that way anyway. Even though it's a little bit of extra work. But
Yeah, I thought you were going to get swamped with requests for looking at coins, so I quickly turned on my lights and got my tablet out and started jotting stuff down, but luckily it was pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think it was too bad. I mean, I wish more people could, I think it would be better or more people would participate if, like, I told people in advance, like maybe if I just did like a quick 10-minute or 5-minute video saying, hey, everybody, I'm going to be doing an auction. And on Thursday night before the auction, we're going to have a lot preview if you want to come attend that, just to give everybody a chance to look at the catalog first and then think about what they want to see instead of just starting a stream randomly and say, hey, guys, want to see any of this stuff? So maybe in the next one, if I can plan it out a little better, I'd maybe do a video a couple days before my lot preview just to get the catalog done first and give people a chance to mull it over. But I don't know. A lot of people just do auctions with no auction catalog, no preview, and they just start selling stuff and it goes fine. So I don't know. They don't need to overthink it either. I didn't see Super Silverman come in. Hey, Super Silverman. Good to see you. Got the V Nichols.
Oh. I've got my microscope up on a little loft box. I have a 1920s loft box that's really cool.
Is that right?
Super heavy because I've got tons of silver in it, and it's very almost impossible to pick up out of the drawer. And I always drop stuff beside it, and I have the drawer full. So I'll have a whole bunch of coins down there right now, and didn't want to add to it anymore.
That's funny.
Although I almost have it to where I can start reaching them now. Oh, 92D. That was pretty late.
Hopefully,
It's
Shelton's still in here. Found something. When I was going through trying to find auction lots, I found something fun. I haven't decided if I'm ever going to auction it or not, but I
Go
thought
ahead.
you might like to see it. When you get a chance, if you can pop
Yep.
that up on the screen.
Oh, that's cool. What is that?
This here, it's a little box. It's got a map of the Hawaiian Islands. And
Oh.
just based on how the age, I'm guessing this was probably done in the 60s, 70s, maybe even back to the 50s, but probably after the 50s. I don't know. Not really sure. And you open it up and you can put change in it.
You know, there's a lot of military guys that were,
Yeah.
stuck with machine shops right next to them and stuff. Like,
I'm guessing it's got to be at least 60s because this plastic doesn't seem
Oh,
super.
that's
Maybe even the 70s. I don't know. But I mean, I want to think it's older because it's got the spot for the $50, and people didn't really use $50 once we got after the mid 70s probably.
and it looks like it was made to retain something on the lid.
Yeah, probably put a couple bills in there, maybe a couple dollars. That's what I would guess.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I don't even remember where I got this, but I just thought it was kind of fun and was just digging through some stuff.
Oh, do you have the little wood box with the is it Morgans? 3 Morgans that you have?
Yeah, that's that was the bottom of it.
Oh, nice box. It looks like cherry or
and it's got like you could probably put some kind of a certificate or something in the lid there. It's got a piece of foam and then it holds 3 slabs.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
And that is in the auction. Lot number 16.
Are they all
It's
60?
83 84 and an 85 So 3 Morgans from New Orleans. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, that's really cool. That's a neat box.
Yeah, the box isn't too bad. It's made in China. But it's a guardhouse box, so you can order these from the coin supply companies, and I could probably get out my auction, not auction, but coin supply catalog, and they probably sell those for about $15 to $20 or so, I would guess.
Well, that's cool. Neat way to do it.
Pull them back in. Sheldon's like, cherry, cherry, cherry. It might be cherry wood. I don't know. Probably not. Don't know.
If it's from China, chances are cherry stained.
Yeah, probably not.
Don't have the availability to it like we do.
Yeah, I doubt they're exporting the wood to China for them to make it.
But you never know. We used to get a lot of products in on pallets, and some of the pallets were made of rare woods, exotic woods. I was shocked.
Oh, wow.
Started pulling those apart and saving them, and I ended up with rosewood and babinga, some really neat woods.
Well, that's pretty cool then. Yeah, I mean, I would have never even thought that would be something to look for.
Yeah, like Hawaii, they had koa, which
there's some pretty cool stuff. Like they got all kinds of cool trees and woods there.
Yeah.
And I guess you're right. I mean, if that's just what they got around and to make a pallet, you never know. Beer Can Burr says, is my auction PayPal only? I would say it's PayPal mostly. I prefer PayPal. It's just easy to settle up that day or by the end of the weekend. I get your address confirmed that way, and I can just quickly print a label. So that's the way to do it. If you can't pay by PayPal for some reason and there's something you really want, I prefer if you send me an email in advance just to give me the heads up, but I would take money order, postal money order. If it's up to you, you could send me cash in the mail. You could send me a personal check. We'd have to wait a couple weeks for that to clear and for me to feel comfortable if I don't know you. But there's ways to do it. I mean, I'm not going to say PayPal only, but PayPal preferred probably is the way I should say it.
And if you're in another country, a little more expedited postage probably.
Yeah, I mean, when I do the what do you call it? The auctions, I charge for postage for most small things and things that aren't a ton of stuff. It's going to be $4 because that's just first class bulk mailer. If it's got to be in a small flat rate, it's $8, and if it's in a bigger box, it's $12, and that's where I stop. I mean, even if it costs me $20 or $30, I'll still do it for the $12 if it's a big item or a bunch of stuff. And that's for U.S. addresses. If it's international, then you pretty much got to pay the difference. I mean, I'll try to make it work, but I can't just ship things internationally and not charge for it.
Yeah, the key thing there is buy more items, make it worth it.
Yeah. Can I show the 10th ounce again? The Pearl Harbor coin, yeah. From Tuvalu. 2016 Perth Mint. It's got the planes and the battleships, and then the Queen on the other side. And actually, let me try this real quick. I can probably just go right to the microscope and show it like that. So it's got the P Mint mark there for Perth Mint, Pearl Harbor, some battleships. Those are probably the Japanese planes, unfortunately, and those are probably the American ships. I think that's kind of how that day went. And yeah, it's 4 nines fine gold, $15, 1/10 of an ounce. And it's PCGS graded. I didn't even mention that in the preview, but it's an MS-70. Nice.
And that's actually a big deal.
I hope I mentioned that in the catalog that I said it was an MS-70. I don't even remember.
Yeah, because if it was a proof, it'd be, well, it'd still be special, but not like an MS.
Yeah, I did put MS-70 in the catalog, but I called it Australian as well. But it's really just Tuvalu, whatever that is.
It's really cool.
Let me go back to that camera, I believe is what that is. Perfect. Yeah, it's a pretty cool coin. And the label's kind of fun, too. It's got like the flag at the top of the label, too. I haven't seen that label before. I've seen other, like where they do their first strike label with like a little flag in the corner, but I hadn't seen it where they put the flag all the way across the top like that.
Yeah, it's neat that they started changing that up a bit because it really, they have come up with some really neat looks.
Oh, yeah.
Like the,
yeah, I think I'm starting that one at a pretty fair price, Johnny Ray. Like 1/10 of an ounce, like right now, is worth, just the melted down is worth like what, 150 to 155 bucks, something like that. And I'm starting this one at 160. So basically starting it at the gold price. I think retail it's worth around 200 bucks or so. But I'm starting at 160 bucks. So, and so if you, for example, if you won this and this was all that someone won, I would send you a PayPal invoice for 164 if it was sold at the opening bid, because I'd charge the $4 for shipping. And if you insisted, though, I would, and paid $8, then I would send it priority, like on a flat rate. I think first class is fine for most people on just one coin.
and sorry, Bearcat, I didn't catch your talking about the hobo nickel or the hobo coins.
Yeah, I missed that too. Sorry.
The 78cc where the Lady Liberty's face is a skull. Cool.
So 78cc, you're probably talking about a Morgan dollar then, I would guess. Yeah, I'm guessing that someone more recently carved that, because I've seen some of the people, the modern hobo carvers. It's probably not one of the people back in the 30s that did that, but it was probably someone more modern. And I've seen some people carve some Morgan dollars. It's kind of fun. So I wouldn't call that a fake. I would just call it more of a modern carving, unless you think for some reason that the silver dollar itself is a fake that somebody carved.
Yeah, that could definitely be a possibility, and why they carved it.
But then again, I mean, there's a lot of people in the carving community that like to carve on fun coins. Like on my website right now, I got a set of gold coins. It's a $20 Liberty, a $10 Liberty, a 5, and a 2.5 Liberty that have all been carved by collector, just because they were kind of messed up coins to begin with, coins that had scratches or been lightly cleaned and stuff that no collector would really want, and they were just going to get melted anyway. But It was more fun to carve them. So there's a lot of Morgan dollars, even 78 cc's, that would have issues or a big scratch on the front or just look bad that most collectors wouldn't want. That, yeah, if you can carve it and carve away the bad spots, it might turn it into something fun. So there are carvers that would do it even on good dates like that. I had a $3 gold piece that someone carved into a hobo coin for me once before even. And usually you wouldn't mess up a $3 gold piece, but the $3 gold piece that was carved was pretty messed up to begin with, but you would never know that after it was carved. It looked awesome. So
That's cool.
and the person, and we sent it in and had it carved, and just because of the value and because at the time the person hadn't really carved any gold coin, they even sent back a little vial of all the little gold shavings that they cut out, just because, you know, you weigh up those little gold filings, it was probably 10 or 20 bucks worth of gold they carved out of the thing.
Yep.
So they didn't want to cheat us out of that gold. I figured that whatever they carved out of it, they would keep as like a tip, you know. But no, they sent it back.
Yeah, the thing I've seen is them use it for that 1925 coin you have there in the corner to put in the gold pan.
Yeah, that would be really cool. You could put little filings there, and that would look cool.
Yeah, I've seen a couple people do it before.
That's neat.
Yeah.
Actually, like we use this design for our Glendale Coin Club medals right here. I know there's a company that Dan Carr works with that uses this, the miner on the other side. It's Prospectors Gold and Gems. I think they're in Colorado, and it's just basically a bullion and coin dealer. So they make prospector rounds each year, and they use this design on their coin. So I could probably get one of those Dan Carr like silver prospector coins and probably maybe have a buddy put some of the gold filings in there, because I wouldn't want to do it on a real California half unless it was really messed up, you know, because even like in, you know, I think this is AU, others might think it's higher end XF, but when you get it in hand, it's got the full luster and it's got, you know, almost all the details, just very minor rubs. So I think this is AU. It's just tough to grade these because the fields aren't smooth like a normal coin. They're almost look like someone hammered it with a little hammer, both sides. So even in like XF AU condition, these are worth, you know, $150 or more. So I'd hate to just jam some gold into one of them just for fun. But yeah, these are awesome. I love these coins.
Yeah, and that one looks really good. I've looked at a ton
That's
of
some good overall eye appeal, yeah. I mean, of course, they look better to me when they're nice, you know, mint state 65 or 66s with some colorful rim toning and stuff, but then you're talking big money.
Yep.
Several hundred to $1,000 easy. You get real quick once you get into the mint state on those. But yeah, most people would be pretty happy with that one. I think I got that one. I bought this one years ago in Central Missouri, like out of an antique store, actually. I remember buying that years ago. I was in Missouri on a family vacation, seeing some family and friends, and just out with the family, and we're going to some of the antique shops out in the country there. And usually I'm bored like heck at those, and I'm like, oh, look, they have a few coins. And I'm like, okay, I got to buy that. Like I found a California half in the middle of nowhere in Missouri. I better buy it. So.
Yeah, it's pretty neat because the history behind that, there's so much neat history with the 49ers, and in 50 California became a state, and so a lot of people don't realize that, you know, those gold penners were out there before California was actually a state.
Well, not only that, Rich, you started your history a little late. You got to remember, just the year before that, 48, this place was Mexico and not California. We kind of, well, some people, depending on who you talk to, especially here in Southern California, have different opinions on how that happened or what you call that. Some people say we just stole this place from Mexico, and other people say, you know, it was rightfully earned in a war. But anyway, but yeah, like what was it? Mexican War was 46 through 48, and then right away they found gold, and then so many people moved here, and then all of a sudden it's a state. Like a lot happened in that couple of years.
Yep. And
I mean, a lot has changed.
my Mexican family was here in 1780
Uh-huh.
in this same area that I'm in now, and yeah, they stole it.
Possibly.
My
I mean,
family.
why would we steal California? It's not like there's a bunch of gold here or anything, right?
Well, it's funny because Napa Valley, where I had my shop,
Uh-huh.
you know, the mountains now, 1 acre of land will sell for $1 million because it's, the best of grape growing
Sure.
properties. Well,
Yeah.
my family owned from one county to another, all the hillside on one side of the valley.
Wow.
Yeah, and we're talking, probably hundreds of thousands of acres,
That's
maybe.
amazing.
Yeah. And it was a land grant from the president of Mexico, of course, back
Mhm.
early. But they called it the Californias, and it went into Nevada, New Mexico, Texas. Yeah, Mexico was pretty big, and they lost a big old chunk of land.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
And there's not
But it's not, and it's just that part of the history too. But there's so much more because, like, just the rush to get them to become a California, to get a state, had a lot to do with slavery and just getting ready to get into the middle of a civil war. And it's just there's so much going on at that time. It's just crazy.
Yep, and people don't realize slavery wasn't just the black people; it was all the native Indians. They were used as slaves as well, especially in my area.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, really bad.
I didn't really realize. I know that, like, later, like you know what, in the 1860s when they built the railroads, in the 70s, there was a lot of Chinese labor, but
Yep, and they're the ones that.
I mean, it wasn't quite. I mean, I guess there's technicalities. It wasn't really slavery. It was more like kind of slavery. It was slavery, but indentured servitude, maybe they call it.
Yeah, I know that the Chinese built all the stone fences that go hundreds of miles in many different directions that separated the lands. But the Napa Indians, the original Indians, they were fed out of troughs like the animals, the cows, and they didn't keep horses in Napa. They kept them in the Sonoma and Santa Rosa areas, but yeah, it was mostly cattle through their old Napa.
Hi there, Harry Humstone. Thanks for coming in and checking it out. He wants the $500 bill.
Don't blame you.
Harry, I did get the email from you. Thanks for that. And if there's any time I can help you find something you're looking for in particular that maybe you haven't been able to find on your own, then go ahead and shoot me an email. I'll let you know if it's something I can help with or not. And definitely just let me know, and we could probably work something out, like I said, as far as payments and all that. Like just answering your email there. I'll try to reply in another email, but since I just saw you there, I figured I'd try to answer some of it there too. Because sometimes I don't answer all my emails right away. That's what I've been told, at least. But I just get so many emails, and then the problem is sometimes I'll pull up an email on my phone, Rich, and I see it there, and I'm like, oh, okay, but I don't like to answer emails on my phone because basically I got so many different email accounts. I got my Kittle Coins one that most of you guys know, and I got a couple other emails for different businesses, and then I got personal email. And it's so much easier once I get onto my computer to do that. But so I'll read it on my phone real quick, but then when I get back to my computer, it already shows as red, and sometimes I forget about it. And,
Yeah.
I try not to, though. I try to get to everybody.
Yeah, you just got to get used to when you're on the phone to mark as
put as unread. Yeah, I probably should.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a setting that will allow you to do it automatically, but I'm not sure on that one. But yeah, when the fight for California was going on, I had a great grandfather. Well, he's like my third grade, something like that. And he was killed by Kit Carson, the frontiersman, who was partnered up with the would-be governor of California before he was governor.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and they ripped off his land. He owned all this acreage. Well, that was different acreage
the one that went from county to county, but they owned a huge section as well. And the president of Mexico in, oh shoot, I don't remember what year now, but he had actually written them and told them they had the finest ranch he'd ever been to.
Wow.
So, yeah, but
That's cool to have a lot of history in the state because a lot of people don't really have that much history in the state. It's a lot of almost everybody that I meet here is like, oh yeah, moved here from New York or moved here from Illinois or moved here, at least sometime in the last 50 years, it seems like.
yep. And it's funny because that's the family I have the least on.
Yeah.
So I've got.
Oh, here he says looking through a lot of beautiful coins, checking what's hot. Is that what you're asking about? Harry, I mean, you just got to always remember to collect what you like. I mean, this pile of stuff I got here is stuff that I've collected and stuff I like, and I'll be selling them in auction, and it'll go to a whole bunch of different people who also like different things, but not everybody likes all this. And yeah, certain things go through phases that are more hot, and some things get a little cold. But you always got to collect what you like. That's the most important thing because you're the one that has to take it home and live with it. Now, if you're just doing it more for investment and don't really care about the coins and you just want like bullion or something, then that's a different story. Then that's more of an investment decision and whether you think gold's wise to get into right now versus silver or whatever. But even if you like, I mean, I tell the people there's in this community where we have a lot of channels on YouTube and a lot of coin channels, there's a lot of channels that consider themselves more just stacking channels that don't care about the coins. They're more about the bullion, and a lot of collectors like that too. But just because you like silver and gold and you don't care, I mean, doesn't mean you can't have fun with it. There's a lot of cool coins that are silver and gold that you can get for basically just the gold or silver value. So you can still have a lot of fun with it. Ooh, I like that 64 in the corner. See some Tony on it.
Yeah, that one's pretty cool.
You got some Trime in there. You got some old large cents. Was that a 2 center right above that? Yep.
And then
Oh, that's got some even prettier color in the reverse, doesn't it? Nice.
1808.
That's cool.
Fun dates.
Absolutely. Yeah, classic head large cents are tougher ones for sure.
Yeah,
They're expensive ones. I don't know about tougher. They're just expensive.
that was the first year for that type.
Oh, yeah.
So was the 16.
Which one? I'm sorry?
So both of these are first year types. The 16 and the, here, let me get my camera work a little better here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was trying to put together albums for my grandkids so they could have the first year typesets like I had been doing for myself, but I had too many grandkids.
Well, Rick, that used to be the first year of type. Don't forget that last year, Daniel Carr of the Moonlight Mint made an 1815.
Darn it. I forgot.
So no longer is that the first year.
And I love that. That's what he does.
I didn't get one of those, but I saw one at one of the coin shows after those came out, and it's just awesome to see like a large set that looks like it's an MS-68 red. So, and it's actually a real large set because he overstrikes it on a real large set. It's just crazy.
Pretty cool.
Heck yeah. What is that down to a half dime and a half cent? You got yourself a nice bit of a typeset there, don't you?
Yeah, and that's why they were collected, was to
Right.
put them together. I probably have 6 or 7 each.
What was that in 1803?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Too many shinies up there.
Oh, camera's just not focusing.
Doesn't want to cooperate, does it?
No. There you go. Sure makes a liar out of me. It's got pretty good detail. People don't realize how expensive those ones get when they start looking like that.
Looks like it's the small date, not the large date. Yeah.
I don't remember. I think so.
Yeah, you usually got to look at the one on the date, I think, and the large date has like a big point on the top of the one, like sticking out like a flag almost, instead of being just straight up and down.
Yeah, I'll put it in my.
I think that's how that one works. I can't remember. I'm sure it's in the red book. I just know you always got to check all those varieties because, like, all those dyes were, I mean, done by hand, and they weren't done by expert mint employee. I mean, the mint was still only 10 years old or so at the time, so there's so many like different like little over dates or the fractions where you get the ones over to zeros or missing stems or missing berries. There's all kinds of fun stuff to look at on those. But yeah, that's just got the straight up and down one. I think that's small date. I think you can tell from the 3 too, like the loop on the 3 is just really big on the large date.
Yeah, too much fun.
No doubt. All right. Let's see.
Oh, there's a lot of varieties for that year.
Yeah, I got my Penny Whimsy book somewhere. I don't even know where the heck that's at. That would have all the different, or most of the Sheldon varieties in there for those. And
Yeah, this.
but I don't know. I don't even know how good that book is because I got one of the older versions, like from the 60s or 70s of that. So, which still has, the large scents haven't changed since then, but they've identified a few more varieties. But most of the ones that the large scent collectors collect are still from in the original book. So. I mean, the coins were already, 150, 160 years old when that book was written, so it's still pretty relevant.
Yeah, BG8, it's 150, but F12 is 325, and it starts doubling every time after that.
Well, that's fun for people that don't know that realize that I said that's the Sheldon varieties and stuff, and that's how if you ever heard of our 70-point grading scale where I showed that Pearl Harbor gold coin that's graded a perfect 70. Well, that's how the 70-point grading scale came about. It was that book Penny Whimsy on large sense, written by Sheldon. And that's why our grading scale is called the Sheldon grading scale, because he wrote about it and it came in from that book. And that's why coin collectors have been driven nuts ever since, and especially everybody that's OCD wishing we had a nice 100-point scale or something, but and wondering why 70 is perfect. It's because that's what he wrote in that book. And it was mostly as a way for him to come up with a price guide and how to price these large scents. So he called one that was really worn out and almost unidentifiable, like what we would call a poor 1 grade. That was grade 1, the worst grade, and he assigned a value to that. Say, for example, a grade of 1 would be worth $10. Well, if you had one that was a good 4, you take your 4 times that basal state grade, is what he called it, value, and it would be worth $40. If you had one with a VG10, you'd take your 10 times that base value of $10, and it'd be worth $100. And a perfect coin would be worth 70 times 10. And that was kind of the way to do it. So if you had a tougher date, maybe the base grade of 1 would be worth $100. So if you had a good 4, it's a $400 coin. And it was just a way for him to come up with a price guide and a way to teach people how to grade and value the coins at once. Of course, it doesn't work that way, really, but it kind of worked the way he wrote it in the book, and maybe it worked at that time. But then for collectors to apply that to every coin there is and grade like that, it's kind of odd, but it's the way it does. We got there in 1878, huh?
A couple of them. This one's a little better.
Yeah, the other one looked a little flat. Didn't have the luster.
Yeah, it's actually been cleaned.
Yeah. It almost looks like it's been. I mean, yeah, it just got rid of the luster, didn't it? It almost looks like almost a little sandblasted, at least on camera.
Yeah, it's got some really bad spots.
Yeah. Still got all the detail though.
Yeah, it's sad because it was probably a tone coin with some pretty nice, tarnishing, but
Yeah, somebody might have decided to scrub it with something that wasn't right.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
or even those silverware cloths will do that
That's possible, yeah.
because they have just enough grit in them to don't make it dull.
Well, I've read all kinds of stuff people would do, like either use different kinds of cleaning paste. Even if you've heard people putting toothpaste or baking soda on coins and all kinds of stuff to try to make their silver look better. Stuff they probably learned on how to clean silverware, but they shouldn't do on coins, right?
Right, and that was the main thing. Is it was people using what they thought was the best way to clean silver because that's how you kept your silverware clean.
Right.
Right.
That's not too bad there.
No, it's got quite a bit going on. In fact, it's got a little bit of toning going on. The 21s get given such a bad rap, but I got a bunch of 21s. I like them.
Yeah, but if you start to look at a lot of them, it's really tough to find really nice 21s. It's real easy to find them in MS63 and even up to 64, but if you try to ever find an MS66, it's not easy.
And I'm lucky because, a lot of my Morgans came out of that big collection that I purchased.
Mm-hmm.
So those were collected in the 30s and the 40s mostly.
Wow.
So, and the people knew better than to do any cleaning.
Well, good.
And I'm going to put you back on for a second. I gotta get myself something to drink before my mouth goes too dry here. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. Well, it looks like it says here, at least on my screen, got 6 people watching, but nobody chatting. So hopefully you guys have been enjoying. And if you got any questions on anything that Rich or I've been chatting about, it's not just a, lecture or anything. If we try to keep this interactive, feel free to chat back. No problem. I know it's late or early, depending on where you are. It's 3 a.m. for us out here in California, so I know I'm getting tired. So I'm probably going to be ditching the stream pretty soon here. Beer Can Burr wants to know, what is my favorite coin? That's tough. My favorite design and probably the favorite thing that I liked to collect over the years, and I always keep coming back to, probably the Indian head cent. Just something I like to. I mean, as a kid, I always liked going through the change. For the parents, my parents had a business. I'd go through all the coins. I'd always like to find wheat cents and Lincoln cents, and every now and then, just very rarely though, you'd find an Indian cent, or you'd go to a local coin shop and stuff, and you'd just see the earlier cents. And I just always liked Indian cents. So, and then especially now that I've, once I got older and started getting some higher grade Indian cents, they're just they're fun to have when they're nice and bright and full mint state red. So yeah, if I had to pick one coin, Indian cents. I also like the classic commemoratives. Those are probably not all of them though. There's 50 major designs from the 1892 through 1954, but I like most of them, and there's some real fun ones. So.
That was the first thing I put together for my grandkids was the original commemoratives.
Yeah.
So they've got about 15 each, and I have 10 grandkids, so it added up.
Yeah, there's some fun ones and some real cool ones, but there's just some that are, and some of them are pretty expensive too, that are just like bad commemoratives. It just.
Oh yeah, there's some unfortunate, ugly ones.
I had trouble. I was putting together the 50-piece set, and it's just like, it's tough to buy some of them. It's like you know you want it because you want to say you've got the set, but it's like, oh man, it's just hard to spend the money sometimes when you're buying something you don't like.
Yep.
And that's why I try to tell collectors, don't get too stuck on trying to complete a set, because remember, like something like the classic commemoratives, if someone tells you the set is 50 coins, well, that's what that person says the set is. Really, the set is 144 coins if you do all the dates and mint marks. But then again, that's just what somebody else says the set is. The set could also include the Norse medals, which is another 2 coins, or it's maybe another 3 or 4 coins if you include the gold Norse medal, which is even tougher, or the large format silver plated. And then the set also maybe includes some of the proof commemoratives, which most people don't include. So the set, and then maybe you got to include the gold commemoratives, which could be either 11 or 13 pieces, depending on whether you think the $50 gold commemoratives are part of the set. So the real moral of the story is, yeah, there's a lot of, you can collect the full set, but who defines what that set is? I mean, so at the end of the day, don't buy stuff you don't like, and you should always collect what you like. And maybe that's what the full set is the set of coins you like. And it just sucks going out there buying coins that you don't want, and it never feels good, even if you end up completing your album or your set or whatever it is. So I don't know. I say skip it if you don't like it. That's the way I learned to do it.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, and that's as soon as I got to where it was some of the more expensive ones for those early commemoratives. I found some really cool of the new commemoratives that I didn't even know that was out there. So started picking those up, and they ended up with almost as many of those.
And those are fun too, the modern commemoratives, because especially the silver dollars, and I mean almost all of them actually, you can get quite a few of them just for like the silver value for the silver dollars, and the $50 for not that much either, like way lower than the mint ever sold them for, just because there's a lot of them out there. And once collectors sell them to coin shops just don't care about them, and they're out there. So, and there's a lot of cool, fun designs. Like this one here that just came out this year. This is the $50 Apollo 11 50th anniversary. Curved coin, and it's a fun coin. And I think the mint sold these for like 20 or 25 bucks for that $50.
Fantastic coin.
I just bought a bunch of these from the coin shop the other day. I bought like 20 of them just because they didn't want them, and they actually had probably over 100 of them. But I'm like, I can't take all of them, but I'll take 20 of them because I know I can use these at local coin club meetings as prizes. And I put a few in the auction that I'm going to have on Saturday. Maybe somebody would want one. I think I'm starting it at like, I don't even know what I'm starting at, maybe 12 or 15 bucks, something like that. I think the mint sold them for 20 or 25 bucks. I don't know. So even the commemorative from last year, which the mint I think is still selling at full price, you can already basically get for half price on the open market. So, and that's a really cool, that's one of the most popular ones that have come out in recent years. Just a really cool design. Yeah, I just looked it up. I'm starting it at 12 bucks. So just not bad. And I'm pretty sure if I go to the Mint's website right now, they're probably still selling them. I don't know if they cut off sales from them yet. Because usually they don't. They used to do it like right at the end of the year and wouldn't sell the coins into the next year, but I'm pretty sure they quit doing that.
Yeah,
maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they did stop.
I got my son-in-law that baseball one when it came out, and
yeah, those are real popular.
He all shows it off all the time. It's really cool.
Yeah.
So, and he's far from a coin guy. In fact, that's probably the only coin well, that's not true. I got him because his family, I won't say where from, but really strong with their nationality. And I had some really nice typesets from there. So I gave a bunch to his parents, their birth years, and they ended up buying him some because they enjoyed the ones they had. So, and luckily they called me first and got it for me.
No, the baseball ones are real cool though, especially the silver dollars. I think just because it's a larger coin and you see that curve to them. Like the $50 for the Apollo one, you can tell in hand that it's a curved coin, but the curve is real subtle because it's a $50. Same with the baseball coin. But when you get to the larger ones, and especially the Apollo this year, they had the 5-ounce silver one, and that's just awesome. So much detail and real fun coin. But yeah, those are the kind of coins, the baseball one or the Apollo coin, where it starts bringing in a lot of people that don't consider themselves everyday coin collectors either. It gets other people interested. Now this year for 2020, they got the Basketball Hall of Fame commemorative coming out. I have no idea how popular that's going to be. And really, when you think about all the different things you could be honoring and all the charities out there that could have a coin to raise money for themselves, the National Basketball Hall of Fame doesn't really seem like that worthy of a cause to me. I don't know. That's just me, but I'm sure that it'll be a pretty popular. On one side, it's got some basketball players, and the other side, it's got a big basketball or something. So I mean, it's going to be a curved coin. I don't think it's going to be nearly as popular as the baseball coin, though, because the Mint, went all PC, politically correct on it, and it doesn't just have Michael Jordan or someone that looks like Dr. J or someone dunking a ball on it. I think the coin has a tall man, it's got a woman basketball player, and I think it's got a wheelchair basketball player on it. It's like, okay, well, it's nice, and it's nice to represent everybody, but you don't have to on every coin you put out. So it's just I just don't like the design. And that's what happens a lot. I mean, when you get coins designed by committee, almost like they got the committee on the arts. I don't remember the exact name of it, but they review all the coin designs and they make recommendations. It's a whole bunch of, some people are different artists. Some people are just government officials that get appointed. I know Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was on the committee for a while because he's a coin collector and famous. So you get them reviewing, and then they make recommendations of what they think would be best. And it's not just like way back when where they would just come up with something more artistic. There's got it's a lot of different politics and stuff comes into play on some of it. But so yeah, I don't know how that one will become. But then later, and so that's going to be the first commemorative of 2020, and then later in the year is going to be the Pilgrim coin, because Pilgrims landed at somewhere in Massachusetts, something like Plymouth Rock or something like that, and then on the Mayflower, because April showers bring Mayflowers and Mayflowers bring pilgrims. Don't forget that. But yeah, that was 1620, so 2020 is the 400th anniversary. So that'll be the commemorative later this year.
No, that'd be interesting.
And then in 1920, they had the 300th anniversary commemorative coin, part of the classic commemorative series, and that's one of the more popular classic commemoratives with the Pilgrim on one side and then the Mayflower ship on the other. So it'll be interesting to see how the 400th anniversary coin stacks up compared to the 300th that came out. Because that was a comparison that was done, what was it, 30 some years ago when the Columbus commemorative came out. It was because they had the 1892 Columbian $50, and then in 1992 they came out with the 500th anniversary coin, and some people really liked it, and others. I thought the 1992s were pretty cool, though.
Where I was disappointed was, although I really do like the 1892 and 3 Columbus, the quarter that they came out with,
Isabella quarter, yeah,
is such a gorgeous coin. It is a beautiful coin, and that's the only quarter they ever did. It's like, that's too bad. It's sad that didn't catch on.
Sort of the only quarter they did. Some people would argue that the 1932 Washington was also part of that, but then it was so popular that they just kept it as the normal design. That's the story.
Oh, I heard that.
Yep. The Washington quarter was supposed to be a commemorative for Washington's 200th birthday. He was born 1732, so they came out with the 1932 Washington, and it proved to be really popular that they kept doing it starting in 1934.
Oh, that's cool.
But yeah, it's just the only quarter part of the classic commemorative series. It's low mintage. I think they only did like 24,000 somewhere in that range, and so it's real expensive. And it's an okay coin, but it just was never ever popular until like collectors got a hold of it years later. Because when they sold them at the World's Fair in Chicago, they sold them for the same price they sold the $50. They were all $1 each. So when you went to the mint exhibit or any of the places around the fair that were selling the coins, you had a choice. Do you buy the Columbian half for $1, or do you buy the Isabella quarter for $1? Well, almost everybody bought the $50 for $1 because twice the value and twice the silver. So.
Yeah, and that's too bad. They should have given people a break, but
Oh, sure.
wouldn't have been as popular of a coin.
Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily have to have the quarter be half the price, but if the quarter was like 75 cents and then the half was $1, they would have sold a ton more of the quarters.
Yeah.
And they did, but it's just, yeah.
Yeah, money was too tight back then. That was a lot of money.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and then you think just a few years later, 1915 in San Francisco, the Pan Pac coins that they came out with, they had the $50 gold slugs that you could buy, but you had to buy them for $100. It's like, first of all, not many people had $50 they could just buy on a souvenir coin, let alone to pay double face value for it, pay $100.
Yeah.
And that's why they didn't make too many of them. But what's really cool is then you see the collector's displays they made at the time for them, for the really wealthy people, where not only did you buy one of each, you had to buy two of each because you want your display to show both sides at once. So the holder has spots for two of each of them.
That's right. I
So you
forgot
can
about
show
that.
the obverse and the reverse. So basically, you had to buy 4 of those $50 slugs just to show the two, and it cost you $400. Straight from the mint. But nowadays, just those holders that they sold for those go for thousands of dollars now, just the holders without the coins. It's pretty wild.
Oops. Let me mute you for a second. I had to tap on the camera.
Do what?
Sometimes when I tap on this camera, it stops.
Yeah. All right, Rich, I think it's about that time of morning. I might have to call it a night. I know.
Let him go out of focus for a minute and he's gone.
I know. I'm using that. I mean, it's your fault. If you would have stayed in focus, I would have stayed.
Dang it.
No, too late. No,
Nice chatting with you.
absolutely.
It's been a while, so.
Absolutely. No, we'll have to do it more often and get some others in here too and have some fun.
Yeah.
And especially get more people in here chatting, be a little more interactive. Beer Can Burr, great. I don't know if I've chatted with you before, but good to hang out. And if you ever got any questions for Rich, he's here. If you ever got any questions for me, anytime. Thanks for the chat. Got to get ready for it. Yeah, I got to get a few hours of sleep so I can get some stuff done tomorrow, and we'll see about that.
You got a busy auction coming up.
And we got an auction on Saturday. Yeah, so check me out Saturday at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, and burn through and sell a bunch of stuff for a few hours. And then I think after that, our friend Cajun Coin Hunter's got another auction going on. I think right about when mine ends. I can't remember exactly what time he's starting his, but I thought I kind of did the math in my head there, which maybe I screwed it up, but I think he starts about 3 hours after I start. I think that's about right.
So I just put the description sheet in the chat.
Oh, perfect. Cool. Very good. Well,
All
thanks
right.
again, Rich.
Take care.
And we'll stay in touch and chat again.
All right.
Thanks again for all your help tonight.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Alrighty. $7. There's 78. Not very good condition. Well, dirty. I think that's an S. Yep.
88. A little better date. A little bit. Take it easy, Michael. Blockhead, good morning. Now this one doesn't look too good to you guys, but boy in hand, this one's pretty neat. It's a little splotchy, but it's got a lot of reds and actually reds and purples. Really nice reverse. A little bit of stuff in the fields on either side of the eagle, but not too bad. Not exactly where my count is right now. I think I'm at about 410 or 420 Morgan and Peace dollars in my collection. So I got a couple hundred that are all in these airtights in a little better condition. I think most of them don't go below extra fine. Morning, Blockhead. Are you a coin collector? So you normally want to save that chest feathers a little bit better than that. Just a weaker strike on the chest. Another 1903. Oh, nice. I think mine is about an MS65. My better one that I have. I have a couple of them. 1921 piece. So I was really lucky on when I was selling on eBay really hard. I was selling $40, $50, and $60 silver lots, and I was doing really good. Last couple of years, I was selling almost right at about 100,000 a year. But unfortunately, I had no profits. I was cherry picking the heck out of everything and just building my collection, and got lucky and started to get into doing typeset albums. And I'm glad I did, because I was just cherry picking a whole bunch of Kennedys and Franklins and stuff. And then I started to really spread and start getting a lot of the first year type coins. And the 21 piece dollar was one of the first ones I got. And I think I paid 160 or something for it. Did really good. Guy had undervalued it quite a bit. Extra fine. As long as you're extra fine or better, they're gorgeous.
Yeah, we were just talking about the commemorative coins, and if you watch my computer build video, I have two videos. I'm not sure which one, but in the very beginning of one of them, I show my MS64 Isabella quarter in a PCGS. I think it's PCGS holder. I forget now. It's been a while since I've looked at it. But that's a fun coin. But boy, one more grid on that one, it would have been like $1,400. And I have a video that shows 50 pounds of silver. And that one shows 330 something silver dollars, Peace and Morgan's. And I also have my 7 Carson Cities in that video. That one's pretty cool. I have an 85 Carson City that's toned. It's probably getting close to $800 or $900 now in value. Yeah, the expensive ones. You say you're not into it, and you may be looking at mine thinking I am. And I mentioned one that's worth $900, but it's one of the few I have that's that kind of value. But there's some collectors on here that's all they have are the key dates and the really high grades. And in fact, Michael Kittle, if you haven't seen his stuff, oh my gosh, he actually had the Top Pop 1909 typeset. So he had the very best of, graded from, I think that was all PCGS, the 1909S VDB penny, the 1909S Indian head, the 1909 quarter, half dollar, all of it. The very best of, and some of the stuff was just absolutely breathtaking, and you can see it on his website. Michael Kittle's coins, he's done just amazing stuff with his collection, and the stuff he sells and stuff is just extreme. He loves real good condition coins and higher grades and lots of toned coins, a bunch of monster toned. It's pretty cool. Wish I was in his position to do those coins. But I'm a hoarder, so most of my stuff I just too cheap, I guess, to sell much of it. I give a lot of it away to my grandkids. I have 10 grandkids, and the youngest one, well, I have 2 that are just a little over a year old, and they have about 12 pounds of silver. But my oldest, she has 50 pounds, and she's only 13 or so. Just about to turn 14. So I've been pretty lucky. I was trying to do their weight in silver, but some of my grandsons are pretty big kids. So I ended up failing bad on that one. Wish I could have kept up, but of course I do have almost 200 pounds of silver in my coin collection, 90%. But a lot of it's stashed, and I've got some of it at other family members' homes in case we ever have a crash or anything, that I've got all my family members covered with silver. Because that's going to be the one guaranteed thing if our economy collapses or the dollar collapses. Silver's always been money. It'll be money again soon, unfortunately.
Midnight. How you doing, Midnight? How much are they asking for it, Blockhead? Because if you want, I can tell you how much it's worth in the gray sheets. Actually, anybody can look up the gray sheets. I've been just using the free part of it. I'll put a link up here in a second. CDN Publishing is the ones that do the gray sheet. And it's neat because they have rolls, commemoratives, territorial, shipwreck coins, all the gold coins, the bullion, coin rolls. They got everything. It's really cool. Let's see here. $6. 15.21. You said extra fine. XF40 is $128. XF45 is $143, and that's what that's retail. Now I need to get my membership rolling again so I can get the other prices, but it gives a couple of other prices too, what you'd pay for a dealer or what a dealer would pay you. So that's kind of nice to have. Gives you a easier way to sell coins to coin dealers and coin shops. Because you just call them on it and say, can you stick to gray sheets, or how close can you get to the gray sheet prices? And those prices come out every month. I think actually 2 times a month. I think it's bi-monthly, twice monthly. Oh, you got a gray sheet? Cool. Now, the gray sheet paper that the little magazine that they give out, and the little newspaper that they do, there's a couple different ways of doing it. And then the website has tons of information. So I'm not sure if you got your stuff from the website. Let's go to their main. Oh, it's actually graysheet.com. So I didn't need to copy and paste that one. Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair price. $100. So what are you up to, Midnight? How's everything going? Another 21. Most of my 21s are in pretty good condition. They got a little bit of marks. The fields are pretty clear. That one only has a couple spots. I see 3. There's more on the devices. Bag marks. Well, that reverse is pretty nice. A little bit of poor toning, but it's not that big a deal. Which to set? Anything that stands out, Midnight? Actually, has some pretty nice color on it. I wish it was covered in it. Cool. Isn't there a large date and small date on that one, Blockhead? I think there is. I forget now. I'm kind of tired. Oh, I thought you had gotten those already. Midnight, you're still waiting on those. Can't wait for you to start using them to go through your coins and start picking out the best of the rest of them. All right. I try to mention it every time I show this coin. Some pretty good color. Let's see the way the clearness pulls away from some of the details around the wreath. And I think the other side shows it a little better. Yeah, it's a look at the luster on this one. No luster. That's a clean coin. Somebody rubbed it or dipped it in properly. Probably rubbed it though. I know a lot of the polishing sheets make them shine the first couple times you do it, but after you've done it a few times, it starts to really ruin the coins. That one's in pretty good condition. So I used to be a little better at grading these. I want to try grading them right now. Been out a bit too long. Here's a nice one. Oh no, it's got a lot of marks on that one. It's just super flashy. Oh, look at that die breaks on that one. That one's got almost a complete 360 die break. A little weak right through there on one and the beginning of dollar, but everywhere else, that die break's pretty strong. Another cleaned coin. This one didn't get quite as badly damaged, but you could see where around the stars it kind of pulled and didn't get rinsed really well. Yeah, that'd be cool if they made the new one. A large and small model. I knew it was something. Okay. So sad that this camera is $300 for this streaming camera. It's the Brio. Shoot, I don't have my box up anymore. I think maybe that's what it's just called, the Brio. It's a Logitech, and it's a really great camera. But unfortunately, when you're streaming, you lose all the adjustments. But if I were using it just as a camera, with the software that Microsoft comes with, I can zoom in. It's a 4K camera. The color is just primo. I can zoom way in, half dimes and stuff, no problem. You can zoom right into them. But when I'm streaming, you lose all those options. And it's really unfortunate because when it heats up a little bit too, it starts going out of focus. And when it does that, and I switch over to using it as a video camera, it goes back into focus. So I don't know what's going on with it. Might end up having to return it, which is a shame because it's done really well for me until the last couple months. So we're good for a couple months. Okay, here's another one that's been cleaned. They just did a real piss poor job of rinsing it. So I think that's the end of the cleaned coins. And that's actually toning that's making that dull spot. And that's a nice reverse. A little bit of stuff in the fields, but almost has a reflective proof like. And the devices are really nicely frosted. Doesn't show up as good as it should, but okay. Let's get a couple coins here. $98. Hey, take it easy, Blockhead. Thanks for stopping in. Do you have any coin videos up, Blockhead? Try to promote any of the new YouTubers or YouTubers that aren't regulars to my channel. Although I do remember, I think you've been in my streams once or twice before, but take it easy. Have a nice day. Yeah, it would be pretty cool to have a brand new Morgan. I wish they'd bring back some of our old currency. Yeah, we had some really killer currency. Like the agriculture notes and of course the Black Eagle, but some of the gold dollars or the gold bills were pretty crazy. I know I saw a couple. We got one YouTuber that shows quite a few, and oh my gosh, he had one that was like very fine, and said that he spent thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on it, and it was really cool. And then I started searching that one and found another YouTuber that had one, and it was like a flawless, just amazing one. It's like, oh man, that's so cool. It's got to be pretty neat. Okay, well, take it easy, and if you end up with that coin, do a video. Get started on making some videos. The coin community is such a great community to be part of. Some really great people. I've been on YouTube for 10 years and collecting for 50, well, over 50, but well, does anybody have any questions? So I talked to Michael Kittle on the phone for about 3 hours, and I'm still a little sick and coughing quite a bit, so my throat's a little bit raw right now. And if you guys have a couple questions, I'm willing to try to help answer them. Otherwise, I might start looking at ending the show, the stream. Welcome to my show. Gosh, what band did that? I remember being at that one. So it's so funny because there's so much stuff that you guys don't know about me here. I collect just about everything. Antique stuff. I love antique stuff. Mostly paper stuff and books and photographs. And I have so much of my own family stuff and can go back generations with my family tree with pictures and actual family trees written in the 1860s and 70s, and I got one from 1858. Really cool stuff. But man, when I was a kid, oh, cars and bands, man, it was what it was all about. Man, we had so much fun, and whose house we were having the next party at. And it was pretty cool. I was pretty lucky. Wasn't a rich kid, but man, I spent every dime I had going to all the different concerts. And then I had a friend when I was about 14, and he ran a small, I don't know if you call it a pavilion, with a nice stage and stuff, and held like 300 people, and a lot of the bands would take a rest and between concerts and stop through there and do that. Nothing was planned. Bands would just start singing, and when they got tired, if another band wanted to play, they'd play. And there's a big resort nearby where a lot of them would stay. And my buddy ran the backstage, and anytime I could make it over there, he'd give me a backstage pass, and I'd be chatting with the bands. It was awesome. I met so many bands. Couldn't even tell you how many. There was just ridiculous amounts of bands that I met. I know that Robert Plant and those guys came through, and that was one of my favorite bands. I was always wishing that Queen had made it to that area, but I did go to a bunch of Queen concerts, but never got to go backstage with them. Did a lot of the like Peter, Paul, and Mary, and Joe Walsh, and the Eagles, Doobie Brothers. I mean, there was tons of bands that went through there. Now I didn't get a chat to all these guys because I was just a little kid, but there was quite a few of them that were backstage waiting or would go out of their way to say hi to some of the people that were backstage, which was really cool. And my friend was a pretty popular roadie after he left that place and started following some of the higher end bands doing, their roadie stuff, and it was a lot of fun. And then I owned my own business, 24 years old, 23 years old. I think I was 23. And ran my own furniture shop, and had a couple people working for me, but didn't, all the furniture's high-end stuff myself, and had them do all the basic kitchens and basic cabinet stuff, and got really popular and started doing just really crazy stuff with real extreme exotic rare woods. And the last kitchen I did, it was a special rift ash, and it was really expensive, and it had all these really fine vertical lines that were perfectly spaced and went from one side to the other on the plywood veneer boards, and did a kitchen. A lot of people everybody did it so it was all vertical, but I did it horizontal and made it so the grain characteristic followed from one side of the kitchen to the other, and it was a horseshoe with a big oh shoot, I'm tired. Had a working island in the middle. And that last kitchen I did, I think it was 75 grand. 75 grand or 80 grand, something like that. And that's raw, unfinished, not installed. That's straight out my door at my shop. And I only did the real special kitchens, and I did mostly bedroom suites and tables and hutches and specialty wine cabinets and stuff like that. It was a lot of fun. In fact, the table that I show all my coin collection on, I built. And if you're a woodworker, take a look at the legs. It's a really cool design that you won't see anywhere else. I've never seen anything like it before in my lifetime. So, and then that's what I used to build, was stuff like that. You bet, Midnight. I'm ready for a trade anytime. I'm easy. I'm building stuff for my grandkids. So even a lot of the basics in better condition, or even things like brand new penny cent folders and nicer unused Danceco albums and that kind of stuff. I'm always interested in those. A lot of the mint sets I'm still after for them. Proof sets I'm pretty good on. I don't have too much of the common, more recent, but I've got, 100 that are from 64 to 52. So got quite a few in those ranges, but and then I'm always looking for silver if you just have junk silver. Even some of the scratched and the damaged stuff I try to stay away from because I do turn a lot of it in so I can cherry pick and get my grandkids better stuff and things like that. But even the newer penny and nickel rolls from the last 20 years or 25 years I'm interested in. Especially if you have a bulk of one of them. There's a whole bunch of stuff. So I'm pretty easy. And if you're trading silver, I normally give $1 or $2 over what spot is. So make it a little easier for the person doing the trade. Because I'm just building up stuff for my grandkids. And if you're after some of the pennies and stuff, nickels, I don't really give away too many of my nickels, but the pennies, I more than willing to do some of the higher grade pennies or just a bunch of the BU. I don't really trade my rolls, although I've had a couple people just recently send me a bunch, so I'm going to have to probably reconsider some of that, but yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Do you know how many ounces you have? Are you willing to share? I love hearing how much people have. There's a guy called International Stacker. Oh my gosh. He has a bunch. And he goes through it constantly. And I think he's constantly selling it and trading it and, replacing it with better pieces and stuff. I think he did a 3,000 or 4,000 ounce show one time. That was pretty cool. Right now I'm at about 200 pounds of silver, 90%. So I've got it's just ridiculous how much I have. He is a good, I like watching when he's eating some of the foods from the different areas. He was eating a sausage sandwich from Germany that, oh my gosh, I must have been extra hungry that day. And then he gets the nicer beers and yeah, it was pretty cool. $100, cool. Good for you. Yeah, I know you're new. Well, not new, but I remember you saying something about not collecting for very long. It's so cool that this is a hobby that so many can share and yet not have anything similar to each other's. Like, here's another one of the dirty ones. Oh, I'm pulling out of the wrong box. No wonder. Shoot, lost my train of thought. Doesn't take much when I'm tired. Oh, it's so neat that there are like CJ here. I don't think CJ's been collecting that long, maybe a couple of years, I think. I mean, may be wrong on that, but even if he's been collecting for a little longer, or 5, 10 years, here's somebody who got interested in the snow varieties for the Flying Eagle scent. And now the guy is so smart with them. I mean, he knows so much when it comes to the flying scents, or the Flying Eagles. It's really cool that this is a hobby that somebody can be collecting for only a couple of years and become an expert in their field of some certain type or some certain, error or particular grade. Took me a long time to be able to grade the way I do. And I know a lot of people think that I can take a lot of coins and, do the grading, because I get asked all the time, but I always tell people, nope, nope, nope. I can do nickels in high grade, 65, 6, and 7. And I can do pennies, 66, 7, and 8. 65 with pennies is tough, especially the wheats. There's so much to it at that grade that I'd rather just stay away from them. But 66 and 7s, yeah, all day long I can grade those ones. And I do pretty good. I get a little bit more than 50% of it correct. So every other coin I turn in, I'm getting the grade right. And out of, 10, 15 coins, I get an extra coin in there that I get right. So that's pretty good. It's something that's really easy for me to live with, because, I'm on a fairly limited funds, just due to, just like everybody else. I paid off my house quite a while back, but I still have to pay quite a bit to be in my area. And PG&E and stuff's not cheap, especially when you're in a bigger home. And I am here alone, so I have nobody else to share any of the bills with. So I was selling a couple $1,000s a month in my high grade coins to keep up with my bills, and can sometimes catch you off guard, and something happens, and all of a sudden you need 5 to 10 grand. But I've been pretty lucky. That's a good variety of coins to have. And a lot of people were really worried that, the Silver Eagles, that's legal tender, and that the government could take that away. And that really bothered me. I never collected the Silver Eagles. I mean, I've got several rolls and stuff, or 3 or 4 rolls, but I just never trusted it. So I always went with the silver that got knocked out of the race for being currency, and just got slammed with, well, I'm a hoarder. That's my biggest issue, and that's why I collect in the amounts that I collect. Yeah, it's something you got to think about. I wouldn't want a trail of stuff for government to know that I was buying a bunch of silver and stuff. So do your stuff by cash. Be careful about, buying too big of lots. So, and that's something I wasn't careful with for a long time. I bought a lot of big lots, and that stuff's going to all show up down the road if somebody checks. But buying from places like ATMEX and There's a few others, but Atmex was my main one that I would buy from. Especially the old stuff like the Barbers. I bought 2 big old giant bags of Barbers from them, and I think I bought 3 or 4 Mercury Dime bags. Yep, it's a smart way of doing it. Cash is king. It certainly is. Ooh, not too good a condition on that one. My goodness. But it's an 84S. So that's okay. Still worth thousands of dollars. Oh wait, that's not an S. Strange how. Well, and let's talk about this. So none of that phase. My goodness, the bag marks is extreme on this coin, and all the way through the fields. Look, there's die break going around there too. Then you turn it over, and it's like, wow, look how clear and clean that is. Oh, nice die break. So, just a second. So these coins, when they were minted, would come out of the, I think they call it the hopper, or into the hopper, into giant canvas bags. And then the coins that landed close would become the platforms for the rest of the coins bouncing into the bags. So that's how you end up with a lot of this stuff. Now this one's not that bad for the big strikes, because remember the edge of these, I mean, brand new out of the mint, those were sharp, and that's why you see those wheel tracks or railroad tracks from the edges. But this one is mostly from coins being at an angle and hitting on their edges. And just did a lot of damage to that one. And with all the bouncing around that was going on, and not enough to affect that reverse. So pretty strange. And that's why I always liked it when the coin grading companies were doing each side instead of the whole coin. Because some of the coins I had would get a really nice grade on one side or the other, and then you'd get your average grade, or not average, but a poorer grade for the bad side. Sometimes that could be a huge difference in grade. I have 10 grandkids. The last 3, I don't have as much stuff for, but the ones before them I've done pretty good with. But I'm trying to catch up. Oh, and that's something I'm short on is both commemoratives, modern and the older commemoratives, because the rest of them have tons, and 3 of them don't. So that's something that I'm normally looking for. And I don't care if it's the same commemoratives as long as it's something nice. Yeah, 10 grandkids, I have so much fun. And baseball players, oh, I'm telling you, I got a natural baseball player. I've never seen a natural athlete like this before. And when he was just 1 year old, man, he beat you right between the eyes with the little toys that he would have, and it was so funny. And then when he was 2, he started swinging the t-ball bat and on a T-ball, and he can hit that little plastic ball like 12 to 15 feet, no problem whatsoever. And he'd hit 10 balls, and they'd all hit within like 2 feet on a door. Line drives, crazy good. He used to have to play down a hallway, small hallway, long but narrow, and so he just learned to hit the right way and can send that ball. I mean, he's amazing. And then his brother is a great pitcher. He's 9 or 10, and he's an absolute wonderful pitcher. He can put that ball wherever he wants, and it's not the fastest ball, but it's pretty good. It's pretty quick, and no lobs to it. And hey, Majestic. And Stephanie Silverthy, hello. And I'm sitting here blabbing about my grandson. So when his brother started pitching and doing practice, and his dad works a lot of hours, so the kids didn't, have him to help. So he would have his little brother help him, and he was like 2.5 to 3. He was squatting down, catching the ball, and about probably 50% of the pitches being able to throw the ball all the way back, regular softball, all the way back to his brother. And his brother had it all measured out to the correct distance, so he, was right throwing the pitches correctly. And then my grandson got tired of being the catcher and made him be catcher for a while. And now this he's almost 4 now, and he can pitch like amazing pitcher. Hard, fast, faster than his brother can. And it's sad because him and his brother have these contests where they throw the ball at targets, and he hits 9 out of 10. And my oldest grandson hits about 50-50, which is great, but 9 out of 10 for the little one. And his hands are extra wide, his feet are extra wide. That's why he could hold a baseball at such a young age. And he did it all day long, every day. As soon as he left my house, he'd go home and do it. It was just great. Because there's so many grandkids, they can all, keep him busy playing baseball because that's all he wants to do. And now he's about to start T-ball, and the T-ball coach saw him and said, "Oh, he's going to make all the kids look so bad. I don't think we want him in the T-ball. I think you should bump him up into the pitching league." And he's a big enough boy that he could probably get away with it because he's a good head taller than the kids his age. But oh my gosh, it's going to be neat. And he doesn't want to do T-ball. He thinks that's for little kids. He wants to do pitching because that's the way he's been doing it for the last 1.5 to 2 years. It's fun. Sorry, I'm pretty proud of my grandkids. I have some really wonderful grandkids. Most of them are artists. Most of them can play instruments. My oldest granddaughter can do a self-portrait, and you'd swear that a professional artist did it. Really neat. And a little frustrating for me because although I drafted and did that kind of stuff for my furniture and stuff, I was horrible for art. My stick people look worse than my littlest grandkids' stick people, so it is pretty funny. My dad was an artist. He actually made a living at it doing oil paints, landscapes, animals, people, places. Pretty talented person, and made a living at it for many years. And it skipped a generation. I had no artistic skills whatsoever. I mean, just drawing a circle is hard for me, and it's really frustrating. But neat that my grandkids got it. All right, I'll start blabbing about stop blabbing about my grandkids. Let's see, where did I leave off here? On my coins in my family. Well, my oldest daughter wants nothing to do with the coins. She doesn't want to hear about them. She doesn't want. In fact, she's pissed because her kids have so much. She doesn't let them touch it, see it, nothing. I have to go over there and make her pull it out so they can see their collections because she just doesn't want to have to deal with the coins. She grew up with them, as a little kid, and just never, enjoyed it. So probably because I spent a lot of time doing it when she was a little kid. So at least I was home there doing it. But my youngest daughter, she's totally different. She's like, okay, aren't you giving me part of the coin collection? It's like, okay, you're interested? She goes, well, how much is it worth and where can I sell it? It's like, okay, wait. Sorry, no. I said, your kids will get it. You'll just have to wait. And at least she's honest. And I have helped quite a bit with certain things like getting cars and down payments on houses and stuff. Now, my littlest grandkids, I've been showing them coins since they were babies. When they were just little babies, they were playing with my airtight Morgans. And it's so funny because, some of these coins that I'm showing you right now, my little grandkids were bouncing around and dropping on the floor. No big deal to me. I was just trying to get it instilled into them, and it actually worked. Now my 9-year-old granddaughter, every time she comes over, she asks, "What coin do I get to take home? Can I take a couple?" And it's really cool. So I normally let her pick out a handful of coins, and now the younger ones are seeing it and starting to pay attention. So the other thing about my little grandson, the baseball player who's almost 4, he's very smart. He's mathematically smart. He's puzzle smart. Since he was a baby, he was putting square in the square hole and round in the round hole and over with puzzles, little puzzles that were for a 3-year-old, well, 2 and 3-year-olds. And always really smart. Now the youngest one in that family is even smarter. I mean, it's amazing what this little boy does. He's been talking since he's like, probably about 10 months. A little hard to understand on some things, but most things are fairly clear, and the rest of the kids can communicate with him just really well. And it's really neat. He always sits down next to everybody and tries to play the games they're playing, even when it's board games and stuff. And I mean, he's 14 months right now. So, pretty neat stuff. Yeah, that makes it tough, midnight. I'm so thrilled that, well, um, I wasn't able to go all the way through high school because needed to work and had nowhere to really go. And I just got really lucky because I started working for a guy that was getting close to retiring. And about 5 years of working, I ended up taking over on the business, and it didn't take me long to pay it off. And got really popular in, well, it was old Napa Valley, and there was tons of rich people there that just had amazing houses and businesses. And I did all the wineries. I did the private tasting rooms that nobody else saw. They did $40,000, $60,000 tasting rooms, and it was really cool. It was really cool. I did some pretty neat stuff. Got married pretty young, and I think I was 18 when I had my first child. So and my wife was 17. Yep. Well, good morning. I've been bragging about my grandkids, barely showing coins here, and oh, and that one's not that one that ain't so nice looking. I have a little grandson that's a natural baseball player, and it's been so fun to watch him grow up. He's going to turn 4 in a couple months, and he can already pitch to the catcher, no problem. Fastball. Kid's got an arm on him. It's just amazing. And he's never even played t-ball. Misplaced Yoker girl. Yeah, I just went through 50, 60, almost 70 Morgans. Start showing a few of my peace dollars now. Amy's a good gal, nice and knowledgeable in the community and always helping everybody out. So we're pretty lucky. We've got some great people in this community. I think over the 10 years that I've been doing this on YouTube, I have 2 people that we don't get along, that's for sure. But it's not like we don't say hi to each other. We do say hi. It was just a little miscommunication probably on both sides, and maybe a little bit of too stubborn on both sides, but that's it. 10 years, 2 people. Like I said, I still talk to them, so it's not like it was people that I just avoid or anything, so pretty neat. And I've met just some of the most incredible people. People like Sheldon and Matt, Michael Kittle, and Cajun. Heck, Victor, and I mean, tons of people. There's tons of people out there. Midnight Majestic, you guys are always in here, and Durbans. I mean, they're all such great people. Everybody's all so kind. It's so neat. It makes it so fun with this hobby. Like I was saying earlier, the neat thing about this hobby is, well, when I was doing the typeset albums, I had like 83 first year typeset coins in the album, but I think there was like 90 or 92 coins in the album. So there's 92 different coins for people to become specialized in, or to be able to, have smaller amounts of types of coins to collect and get to know better than everybody else. Like CJ with his Flying Eagles, and I mean, there's a lot of people that are very specific to what they collect. Me with my Lincolns and my nickels, mostly Lincolns, but I do like the nickels too, Jeffersons. It's neat that there's so much room in this hobby for everybody to, be a leader of their field. Then you get into the errors and the varieties, and oh my gosh, it's just a huge, huge hobby. Oh, getting kids ready for school. Let's see here. Oh, I got my grandkids coming in about an hour. Got lucky because one goes to preschool, but he was sick yesterday, so he ended up getting to come over here. So I had a one extra kid. I normally have 2 grandsons here at least, so it's a lot of fun. Keeps me busy. So I don't get around too good, as most of you know. And I'm upstairs, but I've got downstairs set up really well, and I have a kind of a live-in nanny. She stays there every once in a while, but a couple times a week, probably. But she's here to help me probably half the week. Used to be more, but my little grandson's a little bit older now, and my youngest one is 14 or 15 months now. Such a great age. All he can do is talk about Elmo. He knows all the characters better than I do. I always ask him, well, who's this? Who's this? And then he'll point to one that I don't know and say their name, and it's like, oh, I don't know that one. Yeah, Little Peanuts. So much fun. So I'm very lucky my grandkids call me Papa. It is so heartwarming. Careful, Majestic. I love nickels too. Gonna have to start trading a whole bunch. Yeah, a lot of mine are 22s because I had purchased a big collection I got. They had a couple of rolls of 22s. So, yeah, I've got 2 of my little granddaughters who, and it doesn't matter what's going on or what time of day, They got to be sitting in my lap or sitting right next to me reading books. And, it's so cool. I love it. I've got like 45 rolls of nickels in high grade. Probably half of them have a couple to several full steps. Then I have probably another 30 to 40 rolls of 70s and 80s. And my favorites are the, of course, 30s, 40s, and 50s. Well, 60s too, because the 60s are the big money. And here you go, Majestic. If you have any 67s with full steps, and if you got a full roll of those, you let me know. I'm interested in that one. Yeah, I'll go pick them up today. I should have my grandkids just half a day today, I think. If not, my person will be here today, so I can run out if I need to. But they're safe. We have a small PO or a small area for the PO box. It's separate and private, so they're totally safe. I really like being able to do it that way. Well, just keep in mind, I'll be sending stuff back to you. Just let me know what you're interested in. $67? Well, not sure if you know your dates on the nickels, Majestic, but 1967, the 1 year PCGS doesn't list full steps for, because so far there aren't any. And I don't think the coins were very good grades or condition when minted, because they don't even allow, there's not even a tab for full steps. But yeah, if you got them, I'll trade you for it. Do you know how many rolls you have or how much you have in pounds? That's the way I keep track of mine. It's easy. Well, that's not true, because I also do like the ones I'm putting in the capsules. I've got 10 boxes of those right now that I've gone through. And I know I've got quite a few more to go through. And then I got probably that much again that's still in bank rolls. Or, bank wrappers. Yeah, I open most of mine now. But keep in mind, I held mine for 40 years. So, 30 and 40 years. So, always kept them sealed in special boxes with the silicone stuff, or the moisture stuff. I think that it's more important to open them these days, Amy, because depending on the years, though, but you got to really look at the ends and see what they're doing. If they really got a good tone going to them, and it's pennies, you're going to lose the whole roll. So it's better to get in them now and lose the end 3 coins on each end, and put them in the. These are the best way. The clear ones, the round ones like these. I keep my round pennies in these ones. They tone. I have lost so many because of those round clear tubes. So this is the best way to keep them. And I keep the airtights, the punch out of the pennies. I use those to fill the ends. Now, some of the rolls that I had when I first bought that huge collection that I paid so much money for, it had rolls from the 30s and 40s, and they had used old medicine bottles and stuff like that. They filled it all with cotton. Cotton these days, our cotton that's made, I think it's all bleached and steamed, and I mean, it's probably very unsafe. But if you can find any of the old stuff, it kept the coins perfectly clear. Nice, brilliant red pennies. And silver, nickel, all of it did really well with cotton. So, yeah, just don't put your brilliant red coins into them, because when you do, see all the brown coins in this? There's one that was lost a while back. And yeah, those coins are all messed up. It's sad, but they just don't hold up. And there's a whole bunch of different types of them, and they're all the same. They all tone. I was dumping 20 to 30 rolls every month because of them toning. And finally, I just bought a bunch of the white square tubes and just took care of them. So I wouldn't have to mess with them anymore because it was getting really frustrating. Couldn't keep up with it. So it would scare you to know how many of them I throw away, because they get so scratched up inside or fogged up and stuff, and I worry about other issues with some of it. And the bank wrapped ones, if you have any of the original bank wrapped ones, you need to constantly be checking the ends of those rolls. So nickels tone a little bit too, because they're 75% copper, but they just take it well, and it doesn't matter if they tone. You still get, well, in fact, it improves the grade most of the time. So, a 59 nickel roll, that's too bad. Yeah, I've seen that happen to a few of them. So I was pretty lucky with the ones I have, because the guy who collected them knew what he was doing, and he had museum quality preservation. So very lucky on that, because it really kept them good. And he marked everything really well. I knew how many full steps were in each roll. I knew how many had just a couple steps. I knew which ones were blob steps. That's what we used to call them when the steps were missing.
So, oops, I guess I could keep showing something, huh? Come on, camera. It looks like most of the steps. Yeah, I'll let you know, Majestic. I'll email you. Let you know I got them. It'll probably be close to 4:30 or so. Have a nice day. Thank you. Appreciate it. I need to start rolling my collection around though, because I've been showing a lot the same couple hundred of each coin, but at least they're in really nice condition for the most part. Well, guys, getting a little hard for me to talk. So I've been sick since Thanksgiving. So it's really taking a toll on me. And then Michael Kittle made me talk to him for hours on the phone today. So that messed me up. It was nice getting back in touch and catching up. Oh, for those of you that don't know, Michael has a auction going on. Hold on a minute, I'll give this auction sheet to you. Or let's see here. Here it is. So here's a link to Michael Kittle's chart or auction, his auction list. Man, check it out. He's got some great stuff. He's got some really neat gold. He's got some commemoratives. He's got Rattler. Linda Wallace, hello. How you doing? His, let's see if I can. I think I already got rid of his. Yeah, I don't have his channel up right now, but go to Michael Kittle's Coins channel and check out the timing. I think it's Saturday. I don't want to give a time because I'm not positive. I think it's around noon. I should know because I posted it enough times, but oh, let's see here. Nope, can't go back far enough. But yeah, he is putting on an amazing auction on Saturday. So be sure to check his channel and check out the list I just put up in the chat. I think he's got 60 to 80 coins that he's doing.
and some of the lots have several coins to them. He's got some bunch of small gold, and he's got some gold bars, 5 gram bars, I think they were. And he's got some of the old, well, at least one of the old commemoratives. He's got rolls of pennies, some that are stuck in the tube, and they're 58 Ps. He has some that are in older rolls, and just a ton of stuff. You know Michael, he's always got lots of stuff going on, so do check it out. He's one of the most fair and honest people I've met on YouTube. So it's nice to have somebody like Michael helping us all out and giving us the opportunity to get some of the stuff that we wouldn't normally end up with or have the opportunity to have. So I'm going to go ahead and call it here. Thanks everybody for coming. Sorry, Linda Wallace, it came in right as I was starting to sign off. I've been on for 4 hours, and yeah, that video will go up shortly after I get off the stream as a live stream video available. So if you want to watch it, I went through my Morgans, I went through nickels, some buffalo nickels, a couple shields. Let's see here, like a few piece dollars. Put some stuff on the scope. Michael showed a bunch of stuff from the auction that he's going to do. So, should be a pretty good video. Take it easy, everyone. Thanks a lot for showing up. And I'll see you on my next stream. Bye-bye. And one quick note. I know I had a couple of my mods freaking out yesterday because I ended the stream and I didn't complete because now you have to do a secondary end the broadcast and confirm. And I'm not used to that. And left it on for a few minutes. Luckily, I was just coughing a couple times and not talking to myself like normal. But it made it so weird. So we'll end this one nice and clean. See ya.